guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Sommers on the radio. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let it roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather. Whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas. We'll catch it all on that Steve Sommers show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
All righty, how about it? Ready to get this thing started? All right, ready or not, welcome aboard. It is another edition of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, coming to you live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Secret Bunker. On a comfortable, calm evening, southwest Ohio, where the home studios are located with 57 degrees. After the hot weekend, it's been a little cool the last couple of mornings. All right, we close out a Monday in the Eastern Time Zone. We'll be working our way from time zone to time zone into the 24th day of May. That would be a Tuesday. Final full week of the month of May. As we head toward Memorial Day weekend, I noticed some of the folks in our area starting to open up the pools. Well, he's taking the covers off. Too darn cold to get in the water right now. But hopefully in the coming days and weeks, yes, summertime is knocking on the door with the Memorial Day weekend. That's the unofficial kickoff to summer. All right, some areas of the country, it's a great night to be moving freight. Other areas, not so great. Definitely going to be slow in your travels as you roll through the rain. Two distinct areas to touch on tonight. First of all, in our Monday morning program, we were talking about a little disturbance, an invest, as they referred to it, off the Gulf Coast. Boy, that thing did not waste any time at all. Didn't have time to strengthen, becoming the first named system of the season for the Atlantic hurricane season. But it did come ashore, and it's bringing plenty of rain all the way up the East Coast tonight. Now, the rains are actually now in North Carolina, much of Virginia, moving on up into Maryland and even into southeastern PA, some scattered showers in and around the Washington, D.C. area. Let's start with that system before we get to our bigger problematic area, where we're seeing heavier rain and flooding potential over the next couple of days. We've already seen a lot of rain through the day. Monday, rains tonight, southern Kansas, northern half of Oklahoma, back into the Texas-Oklahoma Panhandle region, and a few stronger storms there in parts of the Texas Panhandle region, a zone between like Amarillo and Lubbock, Texas. Got a pretty decent line of thunderstorms that are prompting some severe thunderstorm warnings at this hour. So again, we'll delve into that a bit more coming up. Let's start things off, though, with a storm of subtropical origin that moved inland over the southeast overnight, Sunday night into Monday morning, and continued to spread some pretty heavy rain and even some thunderstorms throughout the region into Monday evening. Although the storm was not named by the National Hurricane Center, had it reached tropical storm strength, it would have been the first storm of the Atlantic hurricane season. Would have been named Alex, but that name will hold off for the official named storm. Yeah, the way the system presented on radar, forecasters noted, it showed some resemblance to what a tropical system would look like after making landfall. The disturbance that moved inland and is going to bring some heavy thunderstorms throughout the southeast we saw this past day. But as a result, eastern North Carolina flood advisories had been issued for several counties in that region. In Raleigh, North Carolina, water began to cover some major roadways, providing a disturbance for travelers in that region. Lancaster County there in South Carolina had another potential tornado seen on radar there, moving through the area about 6:45 this past evening. A lot of lightning, high winds accompanying that particular cell. About an hour later, what was called a brief but significant tornado event was seen in Chesney, South Carolina. Footage that created the funnel cloud, leaving an ominous atmosphere in that city. Although the storm was just a run-of-the-mill area of low pressure over the Gulf of Mexico, it was able to organize itself just enough to become a definable feature Monday morning, drawing in a plume of subtropical moisture into the region, leading to rounds of heavy rain and gusty thunderstorms. A lot of folks have seen 1 to 2 inches of rain, central and northern Georgia, portions of North Carolina into Virginia. 2 to 4 inch rainfall totals where the heaviest downpours had persisted. You saw some rain from Asheville to Raleigh, North Carolina, Atlanta, on up into Virginia Beach. Now, with what's left of this system, some locales may receive over an inch of rain in a rather short period of time. This storm's going to continue tracking northeast through the overnight hours tonight, making that eastward turn across North Carolina. So rain into Virginia as we head into the day today. Well, that's already taken place because much of Virginia is seeing some fairly heavy rainfall. Onshore winds will be gusty across the region, resulting in an increased risk of rough seas and maybe rip currents again to the Outer Banks and along the coast of Virginia. It's a pretty quick-moving system. It's going to move offshore and dissipate. By Wednesday, you could still see a few lingering showers in the coastal areas of North Carolina, Virginia, and maybe far eastern Maryland. Let me zoom in a little tighter here on Virginia, because we've got, as I said, some heavy rains. Roanoke, you're socked in from Roanoke to Lynchburg to Farmville, and then southward toward Rocky Mount and Martinsville, Virginia. There's a few thunderstorms, heavy rains over along I-85 over eastern portions of Virginia. As a matter of fact, you've got rain, some areas of heavy rain, then it lightens up, then more heavy rain down toward Raleigh, North Carolina, up toward Durham, North Carolina, to Roxborough. So a soggy night with that particular system there in the east. Now, again, we shift back into the central portions of the country where forecasters are concerned. We're going to see frequent round after round of rain and heavy thunderstorms. Areas stretching from, say, about I-10 northward to the I-70 corridor. 4 to 8 inch rainfall totals by Wednesday. Some areas, according to AccuWeather, may see nearly 12 inches of rain before this event is all said and done. Now, that would include areas from Waco, Texas to Tulsa, Oklahoma, where, yes, as we speak, Tulsa is in the heavy rains at this hour. Springfield and Kansas City, Missouri. This particular system, unlike the one in the east, which is a fast-moving system, this is a slow-moving storm. Moving across Texas throughout the day, Tuesday, then into the southeast by midweek, as we see the clash of the hot, steamy air ahead of the storm and the cooler conditions that will follow behind that storm. So the atmosphere is pretty much primed for strong thunderstorms. We saw severe storms, eastern New Mexico, western portions of Oklahoma, western and central Texas, and some of that continues through the overnight hours tonight. Now, an isolated tornado did touch ground just outside of Morton, Texas, which is west of Lubbock, this past evening. Kind of a harrowing scene on the ground there. As this storm crawls to the east Tuesday through Tuesday evening, obviously the threat for severe weather will shift eastward. Portions of Texas and some communities from Dallas to Houston. The storm will then track to the nearby states, targeting Shreveport, Louisiana to Little Rock, Arkansas. Now, any of these stronger cells could produce intense downpours, some hail, damaging winds, and we cannot rule out isolated tornadoes. Forecasters will continue to track this same storm as it tracks further east Wednesday into Wednesday evening. But by that point, a secondary area of low pressure is expected to form and move northeast all the way up into the Great Lakes region. It is anticipated that the severe threat will shift into southeastern Texas and then extend northward into the Ohio Valley as those two storms then advance and bring the threat of widespread flooding downpours, hail, damaging winds, and isolated tornadoes once again. Now, residents, this will stretch, say, from Indianapolis to Nashville to Tupelo, Mississippi, and even Houston, need to remain on alert for severe weather updates, not for today, for Tuesday, but for Wednesday. Wednesday into Wednesday evening as that second system kind of combines with system number one. Obviously, going to have to be vigilant on the roadways, slow things down. Ponding of water, hydroplaning risk, and reduced visibilities. Forecasters say additional downpours and maybe even some severe thunderstorms could occur as this system moves into the eastern portions of the country late this week. So kind of an action-packed night. Yeah, zoom in on Oklahoma. I mentioned Tulsa. You've got some pretty heavy rains falling from Tulsa northward to Bartlesville, then Stillwater, Oklahoma. Oklahoma City, the heaviest rains are just to your north, but you do have some showers that are going to be pushing into your area here in fairly short order as we put things in motion. All the action's kind of moving from southwest to northeast. Right now, again, skirting just to the west of Oklahoma City. On back into the Texas-Oklahoma Panhandle region. All right, Guyman, Oklahoma, in the Oklahoma Panhandle, heavy rains. Areas from Dumas, Texas to Amarillo. You're kind of in a dry slot there, but you've got heavy rains to the north and the east and the south, and some stronger storms to the west over the easternmost reaches of New Mexico there. All right, pretty much right on cue. So I guess a soggy night for travel along much of Interstate 40 through Texas tonight. Yeah, Amarillo all the way over to, where's the eastern side of the precip there? About Shamrock. Yeah, Texas. All right, so there's a quick look at some of our travelers' weather as we get things underway here on a Tuesday morning. Hope your week's off to a good start. We will check what's going to be happening in the western reaches of the country, where it's going to be dry and it's going to be windy, and the fire threat will be greatly elevated over the coming days. We've seen plenty of wildfire activity already. The fire season's off to a very early start, and no end in sight with the continued dry conditions. Hello to Philly Dan checking in as we take a look at our YouTube and Facebook friends. Who's on board? Philly Dan. Gas prices have got everyone driving like we're on probation. Straight to work and straight back home. Anyway, stay safe and God bless the Rambler. You know, Philly Dan, gas prices is one of our top headlines again. What to do about the diesel prices? We got the latest numbers, by the way, from the Energy Information Administration this past day. More on that coming up. Hello to Roy out of the box via Facebook. Heavy D's on board. Hello, Steve and the Overnight Drive crew. Stay safe. Keep on trucking. And oh, yeah, FJB. Hello to Todd. Joe Self on board. Morning, Steve and the Overnight Drive listeners. A rainy 55 degrees here in Winchester, Virginia tonight. Everybody keep it between the lines and have a good night. Richard checks in from Central Florida. Morning, Richard. It's 70 degrees. Hello to Steve and all the listeners out there. Hello to Mr. Boswell. Morning, Mr. Sommers. I'm headed to Waxahachie, Texas tonight. Safe travels to you, Randolph. Let's see. Morning rain, 57 here in Rocky Mount, Virginia. As I said, it's a rainy night in much of Virginia there. Thank you, Timothy. Robert on board. Morning, Steve. Good night to be trucking in the Bluegrass State tonight. There you go. John Bruce. Morning, everybody. GM Parts Train headed back south to Spring Hill, Tennessee. It's a chilly 48 degrees in Holland, Michigan tonight. Grab some ice and a breakfast burrito from the Love's Travel Center here. Fresh oil change, and we're ready to roll. All right. Have a safe journey there. Hello to Mr. Vaughn. Larry, good afternoon. Hammer down and be safe. Kevin says, good morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. Best overnight listening on. Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. Morning, Steve. We've got 60 degrees in St. Louis, Missouri, as we hammer down for Nebraska. Shout out to the Hall of Famer, Carolina Monkey Gouger, from the Gateway to the West. Morning, Deborah. Good to have you back with us. Morning, Steve. A chilly morning here in Indiana. Some great baseball weather. I'm hoping my special driver stays safe, as well as all the other truck drivers out there, and have a terrific Tuesday. There's Buster Brown. Morning, Steve, from K-Town. I had the best rains in months here. 3 inches on my Pigeon Forge route today. And $4.35 per gallon for gas, obviously, as well. Let's see. Kentucky Ken, good to have you on board this Tuesday morning. Good morning, Overnight Drive crew and Steve Sommers from St. Louis, the St. Louis Yard. Departure in 5 hours for 2 stops in Missouri, then on to Eau Claire, Wisconsin. Safe travels, everybody. And Kentucky Ken is listening in. Hello to Miss Millie. Morning, Steve, and all the crew. Cool and damp here in Foster, Kentucky this evening. Everybody stay safe. Looking forward to another great show and looking forward to those great callers. Hello to Horse Feathers. I'm off tonight. Having some trees cut down tomorrow. All right. Well, Horse Feathers, if you don't hit the hay too soon, maybe you can check in. Hello to Rick there in Columbus. Hey, Rick, you're on early out of the box here. A little bit earlier than usual. Okay, good to have you on board this early hour. Rodney checking in from Chicago. Chevy Guy, copy in the mail. Give us an update how things go with the wife this past day. Hopefully, good word from the doctors with the visit this past day. Buckeye Boy checks in from Fabens, Texas, where we've got 78 degrees. Got my delivery off in McAllen this morning. Should be in Phoenix tomorrow for a Reset Wednesday. You asked last night why China is locking down with so few cases of coronavirus. I did ask that question. In my opinion, it's because by locking down people and their manufacturing in the name of safety, they're intentionally trying to cripple our economy along with other countries who are our allies. That weakens us and our ability to confront them when they hit Taiwan. Can't fight them or Russia if we don't have the parts to make the weapons or the fuel and the DEF to transport them. I'd like to know how much China has invested into our railroads as well. I sent you a very important story about Pilot and how they say Union Pacific is going to cause a severe shortage of diesel exhaust fluid, or DEF. All right, I'll check that out. Have a great night, and everybody be careful out there. Thanks for your 2 cents there, Buckeye Boy. Let's see. Biden's going to save Taiwan. Yeah, there's another open mouth insert foot event from Joe Biden this past day, where no sooner did he speak, responding to a question from reporters, where the White House officials had to immediately backtrack and correct what the president had to say. Happens every time he says a word off that's not on the teleprompter, right? Hello to Renee this morning. Have a great show sitting in Cali. It's hot and clear here. Renee, a.k.a. Honeybee. Good morning, Honeybee. Yeah, Chevy Guy said rain all day, but no water pools in the yard. It was so dry. White sand turf is what they've got. 21 past the hour. It is 844-844-3388 underway here on a Tuesday morning. Good to have you with us. OvernightDriveRadio.com on your smartphone or any of your streaming devices, or check us out on TNCRadio.live. Same scenario. Anywhere you can catch streaming, internet services, TNCRadio.live. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, thank you very much to Roger. Just got your email. Yes, that's very interesting. This Tuesday morning, the U.S. dollar strength and a faltering euro have many analysts predicting that the two currencies could reach parity this year, meaning €1 equals $1, 1-to-1. Now, most of the last 20 years, €1 was about $1.22. The two currencies have not had a 1-to-1 exchange rate in 20 years, 2002. Even as weak as the dollar was Monday, the euro was worth $1.07, up from $1.05 on Sunday night. Now, for those of us living in the U.S., we know our economy has many problems, and the outlook is rather grim for businesses and wage earners. The strong dollar simply means the world's money people have more confidence in the U.S. economy than the economy of Europe, which is rather scary if one understands our serious problems. Now, Roger was in Europe for a while. Back in the year 2000, it took $1.21 to buy €1. 2 years later, Roger was there when the ratio was 1-to-1. Compared to the year 2000, spending U.S. dollars in Europe back in 2002 made Americans feel like millionaires. Now, the dollar has gained an average of 13% this year against all currencies other than the Russian ruble. The stronger dollar will make U.S. products, though, much more expensive to sell abroad, and foreign products much cheaper to buy or import. So for exporters of U.S. products, the hope is the rest of the world will believe the dollar's strength will continue for more than a year, and they'll buy U.S. products before they need the products to save money on the exchange rate. Way back in 1979, the U.S. dollar value went straight up. Yet at the same time, U.S. corn exports set a record high in 1979 that stood for 26 years. Now, Biden said yesterday morning he's considering lifting some of Trump's trade tariffs on Chinese imports. And he also said if China attacked Taiwan, the United States would come to Taiwan's aid with military force. That's the statement that the White House immediately jumped on, like, hey, Joe, no, you can't say we're going to militarily intervene. Hang on. Yeah, that sent July beans from 15 higher to 19 lower, despite the USDA announcing 130,000 MT of old crop beans were sold to Egypt yesterday morning. Planting progress report yesterday afternoon was expected to state 68% of the corn planted. Turned out to be 72, actually. And forecast 49% of beans planted, which came in at 50% actual. And 56% of spring wheat planted. That came in a bit lower at 49% actual. North Dakota farmers intend to plant 3.6 million acres of corn this spring. Only 20% is planted. Minnesota farmers intend to plant 7.8 million acres of corn. 60% is planted. Most of the farmers have PP date of May the 25th, which, of course, that is tomorrow or Wednesday. And he says this is the big picture as far as planting progress is concerned. Now, after losing more than $1 last week, wheat was smartly higher on Monday on profit-taking and hot weather has hit France's winter wheat crop. But before we all get hysterical again about running out of wheat, be advised France's wheat crop was rated 91% good to excellent just 3 weeks ago and is now 73% good to excellent. Now, that's hardly a crop failure. Yes, it could get worse. France produces about 1.4 billion bushels of wheat annually, and they are a top 10 producer of wheat. Here in the U.S., we produce about 1.9 billion bushels per year. Urea in Australia has dropped 99 per MT so far during this month. All right, there are some other numbers there, but I think that would be, yes, that's the same Roger that sent me an email this past morning. Longtime listener of your dad and probably all the way back to 1984, talking about grain. And he sent me a very interesting breakdown there. We'll share some of that because we're talking about this global food crisis that will be impending, the lack of wheat, the lack of grains that Ukraine would normally be shipping elsewhere around the world. It's all stuck in the ports, thanks to Russia shutting things down. More to come here. We'll get a news break on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
More advanced weapons are heading to Ukraine. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin said 20 countries announced new security assistance packages for the besieged country.
And today, several countries announced new donations of critically needed artillery systems and ammunition, including Italy, Greece, Norway, and Poland.
Austin also said that during a virtual meeting, Ukraine officials made their security needs clear, adding it's consistent with what has been identified in recent weeks. Former Vice President Mike Pence has endorsed incumbent Georgia Governor Brian Kemp as he faces a primary challenge from former Senator David Perdue, who has been endorsed by former President Donald Trump. Perdue is hoping to force Kemp into a runoff after Tuesday night's primary. The Dow closed up 618 points. The NASDAQ added 181. The S&P 500 rose 72. This is USA Radio News.
Mike Lindell and MyPillow offering the BOGO extravaganza right now on a whole slew of MyPillow products. Now you can find all sorts of great deals on MyPillow bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillow, 6-piece towel sets, Roll and Go Anywhere pillows, much more, all priced buy one, get one free. Go to mypillow.com/USA, use promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and find you some great MyPillow products. They're all available. Oh, by the way, you can also get Mike's book absolutely free with any purchase, but you have to go to mypillow.com/USA or call 1-800-951-8175 and make sure you use the promo code. The buy one, get one extravaganza going on right now at mypillow.com.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. you'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. The price of diesel is through the roof, so what could be worse? How about high prices and low fuel mileage? Well, there is a solution. Everyday Diesel Treatment by Hot Shot Secret. EDT is a concentrated 6-in-1 fuel additive and cetane improver that immediately adds fuel economy with the first fill-up. It's the best way to maximize every drop of diesel for a better bottom line. Everyday Diesel Treatment available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA Petro Truck Stops. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pure Flow Air Dog.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, that little scenario I shared from the email Roger a few moments ago. I hadn't put the pieces together, but yeah, he had emailed me right there at the tail end of the program as we wrap things up on Monday morning. To which he said, good morning. I'm a longtime listener of you and your dad all the way back to 1984. I've been a grain market consultant since 1980. Over the years, I've got many grain market facts from your show and just not the weather. I told my clients 4 or 5 years ago your weather details at the beginning of your program was the most detailed weather summary available, and it still is today. But you were talking about the wheat this morning, and rightfully so. I've been writing about wheat almost every day, even before Russia invaded Ukraine on February 24th. What caught my ear was when you said somebody, I didn't catch who, said something like this wheat problem would take a military solution. I've been saying since before the war, the Biden administration wanted a war, and then they wanted to keep it going as long as possible, and so did every other country in the world, with the exception of Russia and Ukraine. I have said since the war started, the American people are being mentally prepared for U.S. military intervention to save the children from starvation. Now, I'm going to forward what I wrote about the wheat market Saturday, and a second mailing will be what I wrote on Sunday. You reported the scary version of the wheat situation, which is all the press manipulators are putting out there for public consumption. By the way, he sends me a link to their website. Our website has everything we've written about wheat, as well as other grain market-related issues. And again, he sends me the link there. Now, his update from, I believe, Saturday, kind of highlighting grain exports out of the U.S. through the Great Lakes have reached 176,000 metric tons since the start of the shipping season in March. That's more than double the grain tonnage a year ago of about just 64,000 metric tons. The Port Authority in Toledo sees grain and fertilizer the big movers this year, as trade and pricing patterns kind of fluctuate based on various global happenings. More than 28 million metric tons of cargo on 2,976 vessels was shipped through the St. Lawrence Seaway in 2021. China's seaborne Russia oil imports will jump to a near-record 1.1 million barrels per day in this month of May, up from 750,000 barrels per day in the first quarter and 800,000 barrels per day in 2021. Russia is selling crude to China for $29 less per barrel than before the invasion, and it's a boon for China's oil refiners. And they face shrinking margins in a slowing COVID economy. India's getting a discount on Russian oil, also probably the same discount that China's getting. Now, 2 months ago, there were analysts predicting no spring wheat would be planted in Ukraine. 30 days ago, estimates were that spring wheat in northern Ukraine would be at least 50% less than a year ago. Worldwide respected Black Sea grain market analyst said he sees around a 20% decline in the planted area. He also said when the Russian military left the Kyiv area, it not only allowed for additional spring wheat to be planted, but also a surprisingly large corn acreage that the world marketplace has yet to recognize. Yeah, he says Ukraine will likely export 5 million metric tons less wheat and 12 million metric tons less corn than the pre-war estimates, and those numbers are already priced as the war started 3 months ago. While the market thinks the world is in danger of running out of wheat, a 184 million bushel reduction of Ukrainian wheat will reduce the world wheat available carryover from a 129-day supply to a 126-day supply on hand May 31st, which doesn't sound all that alarming to me. It's the British widely read and respected publication, The Telegraph, reported today with great detail that there will be just enough wheat to meet the needs of the world for 10 weeks on May 31st. The last sentence of the article states the world will have just 33% of the world's annual consumption of wheat at the end of the marketing year. Basic math, 33% of 365 says in a year equals 120.4 days. The world wheat problem is not that there's not enough wheat. The problem is the poorer countries of Africa who buy their wheat from the Black Sea area, where wheat is $74 per metric ton cheaper than U.S. and Canadian wheat, and the Black Sea is 34% freight per metric ton closer. Breaks down a bunch of the numbers and goes into some of the other reports, of course, where they have to follow weather and whatnot. But short futures position here. The wheat in the field or bin lost about $1,575 because cash price equals future plus basis. Farmer Dan bought the $9 and $10 puts for 29 cents each. Farmer Joe bought the $10 and $11 puts for 59 cents each. Now, if Joe and Dan hedged the wheat in their own account and bought the puts as described, Joe has $5,187 tied up in his option and futures account, $5,212 less than last Tuesday because the September futures price is down $1.04 since just Tuesday. Now, Dan has more than $8,100 tied up in his option and futures account, $5,200 less than Tuesday because the September futures price is down $1.04 since Tuesday. Don, who did not sell the futures but bought a $9 put for 26 cents and then put a $10 put for 26 cents, Don's invested $2,600, same as last Tuesday. I know that does get kind of deep, sounds kind of confusing, but the moral of the story I'm gathering from that right up there, Roger, if I'm correct, is that they're kind of sounding an alarm that the world's going to run out of grain, and it's not really that big of a deal, at least as things stand today. Is that what I should understand? All right, 16 before the hour. And real quick before we get to your calls here, diesel prices. All right, the headline this past day. Right now, on a daily basis, we're tapping 1 million barrels per day out of our strategic oil reserve. The strategic reserve there on the Gulf Coast. The announcement, of course, it's been a month or so now already. It was for 180 days. So 180 million barrels will be drawn down from our strategic reserve. Yeah. When that announcement was made, the intention was to bring the price of fuel down. Apparently, it didn't have any effect, or if any, it was a negligible effect as we continue to see prices increase with every 1 million barrels per day that's been released. Now we're discussing, according to the headline, tapping into the strategic diesel fuel reserve. That may be on the plate next for President Biden in his attempt to mitigate damage of supply shortages and rampant inflation. The Biden administration is in talks to release diesel fuel to help curb shortages, according to a source on the Hill this past day. The official said a recommendation is coming from a team of advisors that are monitoring the East Coast diesel supply. The team has prepared emergency declarations for the president to authorize a release from the Northeast Home Heating Oil Reserve if conditions deteriorate further. According to the advisory panel, we would call this a bridge to deal with short-term supply shortfalls. Now, the Northeast Home Heating Oil Reserve, it's very small. It holds about 1 million barrels of home heating oil since it was created back in the year 2000. Now, that would be 1 day's supply for the region, according to the White House. The only time it was tapped was during the Obama administration in 2012, after Hurricane Sandy had battered the East Coast. Of course, the White House is blaming this latest shortage on Russia's invasion of Ukraine, much like everything else. This administration's excuse for supply and inflation crisis. It's all because of Russia. In recent weeks, the team noted a worrisome decline in diesel inventories in the Northeast, which is below 20 million barrels, as well as the on-ground reports of supply issues resulting from a lack of supply, in part resulting from Putin's action in Ukraine and the disruption in the energy market. While the release of strategic reserves is a small amount and cannot help against inflation, the White House is fearing shortages as the country enters the hurricane season this summer and fall, and then, of course, into the winter months ahead. Diesel price hit a record national average of $5.58 per gallon last Wednesday, since which it's fallen back slightly to $5.55. So national average at $5.55. The U.S. Energy Information Administration shows in New England, which has fewer refineries, has a higher average price of $6.43 per gallon versus the rest of the nation. Yes, Northeast is paying more like California prices. And then there was one other tidbit. First, I had seen of this as we head into the summer driving season. The transition, I'm sure, has been taking place around the country. You know, when summer rolls around, you have to go to all these boutique blends, right? The summer blend when it comes to gasoline. And places like Texas, I think Texas may have 6 or 8 or 10 different blends depending on what region of the state. The same in California. And all these different boutique blends cost more for the refiners to make, to break it down. There's discussion of possibly, I guess on a federal level, saying, all right, screw the boutique blends this summer. The White House is considering waiving the environmental rules aimed at reducing the summertime smog as a way to combat the rising prices, according to 3 sources involved in the discussions. As I mentioned, refiners and blenders are required to avoid lower cost components like butane in the summer gasoline. But the White House is looking at maybe suspending that rule to help bring down the costs. We'll see where that goes. You know, they float that little trial balloon, little statement like that. And let's wait and see, because you know what happens. Yeah, the environmentalists, the tree huggers, the climate change nuts all just go bat crap crazy and say, no, you can't do that. We're already on a track to destroy the planet. You can't. So we'll see where it goes. But again, I think that's just a trial balloon. That would probably definitely, what would it knock off? It would knock a little bit off the price. It's not going to be like $1 per gallon or anything significant like that. But I guess looking at what you can possibly do to try to bring down prices. Things that you don't want to do is things like the president did here 2 weeks ago. When you're canceling the leases on millions of acres of potential drilling. And you wonder what's going on. Hey, about 10 before the hour. All right, calls coming up here. We'll get to the Ramblers, C&I Dog. Chevy guys on board. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is now available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Travel Centers. Find out today why Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is becoming the fastest growing diesel treatment among over-the-road truckers. Better fuel economy, more power, less headaches. Stop into your nearest truck stop, grab a bottle of EDT, and feel the difference today. Everyday Diesel Treatment now available at TA and Petro Travel Centers, and learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four-Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, hope your week's off to a good start as we head down the home stretch for hour number 1 this Tuesday morning. And hello to the Rambler. Morning, Rambler.
Good morning. And when he had opened the third seal, I heard the third beast say, "Come and see, and behold, and a low black horse. And he that sat on him had a pair of balances in his hand. And I heard a voice in the midst of the four beasts say, a measure of wheat for a penny, 3 measures of barley for a penny, and see that thou hurt not the oil and the wine." That's what the Lord was speaking to my heart as you were giving those wheat prices and everything. And I'm glad that that fella that's been an analyst for the wheat and barley prices for all the years and a true follower of the show is now contacted you. Because I tell you, Steve, we had a great service last night at Determined Ministries Church, and the very first person, and I went back and read the comments, and I kind of giggled. The very first person to pop up online was our very own sex maniac. Old Kevin chimed in, was with us last night, and I tell you, we love old Kevin, and we love old Jolly Green Giant. I tell you, you remember here a while back that them two released a picture of themselves? You remember that?
I do, yes, indeed.
Now, if them two hadn't already got the handle of Sex Maniac and Jolly Green Giant, I would have to call them Ren and Stimpy, because that's what they remind me of. Ren and Stimpy. One's short, the other one's tall. The other one's kind of a bigger fella. The other one ain't so big. But, we had a very good service last night, and we got into a lot of what the end times coming up is, and we read some news articles and everything like that. So we had a great service last night at Determined Ministries Church. And, we try to remind folks that, hey, when this service is over, if you can't go to sleep, you're scared that trumpet's going to sound, turn it on, turn in to Steve Sommers and the Overnight Drive. And so I hope, you got some people calling in last night, and I believe you did. But Steve, another reason I wanted to call is, this monkeypox. Now, I know I saw your Facebook meme, and it made me laugh about the monkey peeking through the crew. Excuse me, my truck was talking to you there. About the, coming up for the midterms. But then my memory went back to when those crate of monkeys. You remember that? Remember that? Those creative monkeys, those disease monkeys? Now, I'm just wondering if this is all just coincidence. Was this designed? Hey, because it's like one person got infected up there in the northeast. Now more people are getting infected. Could it be that that's what those monkeys were carrying the entire time? To kind of infect the rest of the United States. Okay, well, we can't claim COVID. I go to my local Walmart. They done took out the hand sanitizer and everything like that. So maybe the COVID game is played out. We'll just use monkeypox.
Now we need a new
we'll
game.
Try to steal another election.
We need a new game. Yes.
What's that? Exactly. What's the Democratic motto? The Democrat motto: don't waste a good disaster. So now we need a new game. We need to get. They want to get Stacey Abrams in there, and she looks like a wish version of Nell Carter in the first place. And give me a break, thing. They want to try and get her in there. They want to try and keep old Joe up there in the White House. And I tell you, God's children, if you can't see what's going on, go back to the Turban Ministries Church and rewatch that message. The Lord had brought a great message. And I'm telling you, Steve, it ain't just me just coming on here being a crazy kook or a religious zealot saying that, hey, you need to get ready, buy your guns, bullets, beans, and get ready for the apocalypse. Look, God's children, the thing is, if you can't see what's going on around you, you need to wipe your glasses, put some eye drops in, quit smoking the devil's lettuce and having a fun time in the world and get with the program because, man, God is about to wrap this thing up. And, Steve, everything's pointing to it. But I see you're coming up on the break and everything like that. I'll try and call in the bottom of the hour. But I want to say I love you to everybody out there. Thank you for tuning in to the Steve Summers Show and giving us a love. And if you got a chance, do Knuckle Buster a favor and buy one of those T-shirts. And then, ladies, really do him a favor and buy a T-shirt and post it on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive Facebook page. There's a couple of them out there. So post it on there and make this man happy and support the program. Steve, I'll try and call you back at the lowliest time of the night, the bottom of the 3 o'clock hour. 10-4.
All right. Thank you much there. Rambler, good to hear from you. Yeah, and get your Steve Summers Overnight Drive T-shirts, hats, travel mugs. OvernightDriveRadio.com. You'll find it all right there. Click on Shop. OvernightDriveRadio.com. And, hey, that's a great time to wrap things up for hour number 1 here on a Tuesday morning. We'll get a news update, get the latest here on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
Gas prices have set another record high. Oil industry analyst Trilby Lundberg, the publisher of the Lundberg survey, says that prices rose 33 cents over the past 2 weeks to a new record high national average of $4.71 a gallon. Louisiana Republican Senator Bill Cassidy says that the Biden administration needs to take action.
Now, you would care if you took tangible steps to lower the cost of energy. They say they're doing this, they're doing that, but it's always one step forward, 2 steps back.
That audio courtesy of Fox News. California may impose mandatory water restrictions if voluntary efforts keep coming up short. Governor Gavin Newsom meeting with representatives from water agencies throughout the state on Monday. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Wendy Bell here for my friends at Swiss America. Did you know the U.S. Constitution authorizes only 2 forms of legitimate money, gold and silver? That's right. But our government abandoned gold and silver a half-century ago. Meanwhile, gold and silver prices have rocketed in recent years due to growing economic uncertainty. So, to help my listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer today. Silver Walking Liberty $half at the amazingly low price of $12.50 each, delivered You heard me right, $12.50. Call now to reserve your silver coins at 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490. Silver walking Liberty half dollars for just $12.50 each, delivered while supplies last. Put a silver lining in your financial portfolio now by calling 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490.
The United Nations says they are working with Russia and other countries to create a humanitarian corridor that will allow Ukraine to export wheat. Russia has been accused of attacking or stealing Ukrainian exports from ports. Addressing the World Economic Forum in Davos, Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky, through translation, says keeping Ukraine's economy going is a necessity.
We need to deal with multiple issues and challenges like food deficits in the world and in Europe, and we have to deal with Russia, but parallel to that, our national economy has to remain operative.
The names of more than 43,000 American and Korean service members are being etched on the new wall of remembrance at the Korean War Memorial. The names are part of a new wall at the Washington, D.C. Memorial, which remembers the service members who lost their lives during the Korean War. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot. If you like my radio show, you're going to love my podcast, War Raw. Each podcast, I present my top 10 most outrageous, salacious, and controversial stories of the week. I break down the best of the best raw truth stories for conservatives, libertarians, patriots, taxpayers, Trumpers, and deplorables. Anyone who appreciates God, guns, gold, and tax cuts will stand up and cheer for War Raw. Check out this week's War Raw podcast right now. It's available to download on iTunes, Spotify, iHeart, or wherever you listen to podcasts. War Raw. War Raw.
Intel has a new investment and expansion plan to increase manufacturing in the United States and Europe. CEO Pat Gelsinger telling Fox Business said he thinks the most exciting expansion is the mega site in Ohio.
We used to be 80% of this industry. Now we're 20% of this industry, an industry we created in the United States. And now we said we want to have a more balanced world.
A shortage of semiconductor chips has contributed to the spike in car prices. Gelsinger saying Intel is investing to fulfill what he sees as a clear need for more chips in the world. Ahead of Georgia's Tuesday primary, former Vice President Mike Pence will campaign for Georgia Governor Brian Kemp on Monday. Primaries also set for Texas, Alabama, and Arkansas. Republicans on Capitol Hill are speaking out regarding the baby formula shortage. From the USA Radio News West Coast News Bureau, Lance Pry has the details.
The baby formula shortage was known to the Biden administration in February, and they told Americans that they were working on it diligently. Now that it's become another crisis, Republican Representative Dan Crenshaw explains how we got here.
It happened primarily because of a recall that happened in Michigan at Abbott Labs. There's only a few companies that do it. They have almost 90% of the market share, so there's not a lot of competition. And you might ask, well, why isn't there a lot of competition? One, the FDA has very strict standards on what we are allowed to import.
For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Kind of funny that Rambler brought up Stacey Abrams there in Georgia. She's running for governor again, gubernatorial candidate. How do you win over the people of your state? I guess the best way is to say that your state's the worst state in the whole country to live in. No, I don't think that'd be a good idea, would it? But that's what she did yesterday. Stacey Abrams ridiculing the state of Georgia. It was actually over the weekend, I guess Saturday, dismissing Governor Brian Kemp's claim that the Peach State is the best place to live and do business in the United States. Stacey said, I'm tired of hearing about how we're the best state in the country to do business with when we're the worst state in the country to live. Hey, Stacey, sounds like you'd head toward the exit and don't let the door hit you in the ass on the way out. The UK Daily Mail reporting on Abrams' remarks. Of course, running unopposed while the incumbent and heavy favorite Brian Kemp and Trump-backed David Perdue kind of duke it out for the Republican nomination. But she was reacting to Governor Kemp's persistent brag that the Peach State is the best state in the nation to do business. Now, she went on further to clarify that she felt the state could do better on issues where they're ranked near the last in the nation. Let me contextualize. When you're number 48 for mental health, when you're number 1 for maternal mortality, when you have an incarceration rate that's on the rise and wages that are on the decline, then you're not the number 1 place to live. We need somebody who actually believes in bringing all of us in there together. So this is her next round. I mean, she failed in 2018 against Kemp, and she's actually refused to even concede since then. She talks about a stolen election. Okay, this time around, Kemp is also facing another Republican in today's primary election. This is Tuesday. Senator Perdue, who's been endorsed by former President Donald Trump. Abrams, of course, has slammed Kemp for his stance on climate change, for his handling of the coronavirus pandemic there in Georgia. Kemp argues the state was the first to end all these lockdowns, which allowed businesses to stay open and preserved the livelihoods and the jobs for people in the state of Georgia. All I know is the people of Georgia will be making the determination. Be interesting to find out. If we find out this evening, will we see a repeat of the debacle in Pennsylvania with their primary? We still don't know who won that Senate primary there. Dr. Oz? Who knows? Yeah, we still have to count those mail-in ballots, and they're arguing over that. Again, that's another whole story, but maybe we'll know this evening, unless Georgia screws up and has problems with their ballots in the primary election today. Of course, we can all reflect back on the 2020 election, how things unfolded, how President Trump was not happy with Governor Kemp there in the state of Georgia. Obviously, why he did not endorse him. But hey, who we got checking in here? There's Crazy Ray, West Michigan, checking in with 52 degrees at this hour. Gilligan's on board. Morning, Steve, and the fellow listeners. Kind of a rainy, cool night in Martinsville, Virginia, 58 degrees. All right. Steve, did you see where the windmill plant in Iowa was closing? I did not catch that one. I'll have to check on that. I do have the story. Scotty, a.k.a. Demon, sent me the link about another blow to Biden's climate goals in the state of Michigan with the nuclear power plant shuttering. See what Daniel has to say here. Let's see. It would be so simple to bring the fuel energy crisis down. All Joe has to do is reverse everything he's done to the oil industry. Reverse everything that he's done, starting with the first 2 hours of his presidency up to the Keystone Pipeline. Let it move product. Open up the state and federal leases in North Dakota, South Dakota, Montana. Let the oil workers get back to work. If people need to check out the refinery in Sinclair, Wyoming, EPA only allows them to run about 30% capacity. Yeah, which is considered that they're running 100% of that 30% capacity. But they could be putting out a whole lot more product if the EPA would just get the heck out of the way. Yeah, now for the next problem, look at the Berkshire Hathaway. Yeah, what company do they own? Oh, that's right, Burlington Northern Santa Fe. They're moving the oil, which is also holding up grain shipments in Montana. And they're so old they want prices to stay up because it generates them money, namely Warren Buffett money, a.k.a. Berkshire Hathaway. All right, thank you very much. Santa Claus on board. Top of the morning, Steve. We've got 85 degrees in Coachella, California. About ready to launch out onto Interstate 10, headed to Davis-Monthan Air Force Base. Santa Claus out. All right, good to have you on board this morning. And there's our friend Hoot Hoo. Morning, Steve. It's sopping wet in North Carolina this morning. Soggy night. All right, to the CNI dog. Morning.
Good morning. First thing, I saw a billboard, electronic billboard in Illinois. It's probably a news article or a news story talking about hit and runs, and it was saying Left 4 Dead is like a byproduct of that. I used to ride a motorcycle a lot. I like to say to people, please be very, very careful these days riding motorcycle. I don't think people care as much as they used to. If you can, try to ride, in groups, maybe 3 or 4 at least. Mm-hmm. I can honestly see it to where if somebody hits you, they wouldn't stop to help you out at all. They would just keep going. So that's that story. Another one I have is the baby food. Now, what is the definition of monopoly? I mean, should it not be more than one company making baby food? I mean, I'm not a lawyer or a doctor. I'm just a truck driver.
I think that we talked about that last evening. The baby formula industry is controlled by three companies, I believe it is. I mean, so there's not really any significant competition, and I guess to some extent there's concerns that those 3 companies are almost kind of in cahoots to control prices. Some are saying, But Abbott, the factory that they shut, Abbott controlled, what did Crenshaw say a few minutes ago? Nearly 90%. I think the one facility in Michigan was responsible for close to 40% of the baby infant formula supply for the whole country. That's a lot.
Yeah, that is. Did you see the price of DEF? I could have sworn I saw it for $4.19 a gallon. I mean, when it first came out, it was like half the price of diesel, but it's like it's almost the price of diesel, And I know they were talking about shortages earlier on in the year. And last thing I want to leave you with is I do agree with Grump on a lot of issues about, company drivers. I do see them going too fast through the construction zones and stuff like that. But I do see a lot of issues with owner-operators. To me, I think they should be a little more professional when it comes to driving and etiquette. I know that sometimes they despise company drivers, but not all of us have the desire or the fortitude to buy a truck and to constantly work at it. I mean, it's a full-time thing, On weekends, you got to do your own maintenance, and you got to check your records and pay your taxes and all that stuff instead of just going home and calling it quits for the week, I love your show. Talk to you later.
Thank you, CNI Dog. Bye. And as far as the DEF thing, yeah, it was someone, I think it was it Dean that brought that up? He sent me the link. Yeah, what he sent me was actually a video, like a YouTube video, I guess, where they're discussing it. I did a little search here from about a couple, 3 weeks ago, and I think this is a story he was talking about. Pilot Travel Centers, we're all familiar, one of the big three. The refined products retailer Pilot Travel Centers fears a move to cut rail traffic by Western U.S. Railroad Union Pacific will drive a shortage of diesel exhaust fluid and ethanol in the U.S. UP this month ordered Pilot to cut rail shipments. That's Union Pacific, UP. Ordered Pilot to cut rail shipments by 50% or face embargoes on shipments of diesel exhaust fluid, which, of course, is an important solution to cut nitrous oxide emissions from diesel engines without hurting fuel efficiency, as well as ethanol, biodiesel, and renewable diesel, according to Pilot's chief executive. He was speaking to the Surface Transportation Board, again, a couple of weeks ago. Union Pacific's restrictions will prevent Pilot from keeping many markets adequately supplied with diesel exhaust fluid, likely causing shortages that will sideline trucks and further reduce trucking capacity. Pilot has not cut volumes so far, but Union Pacific also has not implemented the embargo. But Kodar said he's concerned about the effect on Pilot and the trucking industry overall. Union Pacific told some of its largest suppliers that it's going to start limiting their rail volume if the carrier is unable to clear the rail car congestion from their system. Union Pacific told Pilot one day this month that they had shipped about 160 cars during the prior week and wanted the shipper to reduce that by about 46 cars a week or 6 cars a day. We've not reduced the cars because we would be in deep trouble, he said. Union Pacific has not responded. Each rail car of diesel exhaust fluid translates to about 5 million miles worth of trucking. If you lose 100 million USG of diesel exhaust fluid, it would be absolutely catastrophic because we don't just supply ourselves. He estimated the cuts would equate to removing 10% of the trucks off the road today. With these modern engines, right? If you don't have your DEF, if you don't have the fluid in there, right? You go into the limping mode, the crawler mode, and eventually they shut down. Now, Pilot estimates they supply 30% of the diesel exhaust fluid in the entire country. The company provides more than 300 million USG of DEF to the trucking industry every year. About 74% of that is shipped on the rail. Pilot also provides roughly 20% of the nation's diesel fuel, renewable diesel, and biodiesel, cutting our renewable diesel volume with about 50% being shipped by rail would increase fuel prices in certain states and potentially dry up supply. Cutting ethanol shipments from Pilot's plant in Nebraska to Arizona, Nevada, and a few other regions is also expected to remove the amount of ethanol that's available to blend with gasoline, also potentially raising prices. And so that's the story. Again, I'm looking, the date on that was April 28th. So almost a month ago. And that's first I had heard about that. But yeah, back in the winter months, we were talking about the diesel exhaust fluid. There are shortages in other countries. I think Australia and some of the European countries, and the possibility that may be coming our way as well. But okay, we'll get back to your calls. Plenty of room for you at 844-844-3230. 3388 we return in 2 on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits, the 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder, Andy Matoush, firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yeah, that's a good question. I saw someone had posted on the streaming, the chat. Shorty said, hey, isn't Sarah Huckabee on the ballot for the governor today in Arkansas? Yeah, I believe that's... Check that out. Sarah Huckabee Sanders. And I pulled up Georgia. Of course, I guess all the headline attention is actually Brian Kemp and David Perdue on the Republican side. There's actually 5 candidates on the ballot vying for the Republican governor nomination today. Catherine Davis, there's Brian Kemp, Dave Perdue, Candace Taylor, and a guy by the name of Tom Williams. So, yeah, 5 on the ballot there in the state of Georgia in the governor's race today. We'll obviously have all those numbers as they come in when we come in on the midnight hour Tuesday night. Hello, Chevy Guy.
Good morning. Yeah. Unfortunately, we all love Trump, but face it, he does not have a good record of choosing people that are faithful to him. Eventually, it seems like they all stab him in the back. But, yeah, Sonny Perdue, I don't know. I think it's going to may backfire on him, but thank God Stacey Abrams is what they're going to run against. And remember, she was all for them moving, the baseball thing out of Atlanta until she found out a lot of people in her race were upset at her. Move it from a black city to a white city. So there's going to be more coming out on all that. I live 40 miles outside of Georgia, so I hear all the Georgia news more than I do South Carolina. So I get it all out of Augusta.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it's crazy season up there. I just want to thank everybody that gave prayers. My wife's okay. We got good information. She does have leukemia. It's a low grade. the doctor said she could outlive that. No treatment right now, but she's on a watch list. And I got to take her to an MRI, which it just does seem like when you get to the doctor, then they send you to another doctor, and it'll be all worse something if she improves. She's a woman that used to go 80, 90 miles an hour constantly. And now she barely makes it from the bed to the bathroom to the chair in the living room and back. And it just, hey, she's 72 years old. I know her mama, her daddy, my in-laws lived to be in their 80s. 83, both of them passed away. So I do cherish her. The other day we were sitting there and she was feeling sorry for herself. She's sitting there. She didn't have her teeth in. She didn't comb her hair, so her thin gray hair was all array. She was over there just about crying, saying, "Oh, I don't know why you put up with me. I'm so old." I'm 65. She's still pretty to me. But I looked over at her. I said, after she was feeling sorry for herself, and I said, "Yep, and you're still sitting there. I still got your fat ass sitting over there in my recliner." And, I've seen her go from that hurt little girl look to all of a sudden she turned into what I love, that rage in her eye and that anger. She said, "And you're a badass and sitting over there too." And I said, "And I like it that way." So, hey, on the 7th of this month, we made it 40 years. And I like to say it's been a fair fight all the way. But thank God for my wife. Everything I have that matters, my kids, grandkids, great grandkids, came from her, and I honor her every day. So I just want to thank anybody that prayed, and so make sure you don't neglect your loved one. There's never a guarantee they're going to be there when you get back. And I've had 2 trucker friends, when they went to work, they never made it home. And I've had to sit through their family and their wife and watch your children grow up. They actually come to me and ask me what their daddy was like. Because on the one case, the truck rolled. There was no skid marks. There was nothing. Down on I-79 at Mink Shoals in West Virginia, just outside of Charleston. Truck just rolled over, and the guardrail come up through the driver's side windshield, and he put him to the smithereens. And there's just absolutely no. To this day, it's still a mystery. No skid marks, nothing. He wasn't on anything. It just happened, So there's no explanation. He's just gone. But his children have to come up to me and ask him what kind of a man he was, and I love to brag on him because I don't have to lie. He was a good man. I mean, he just, he loved his kids. So, and hey, I appreciate the trucking family. This is what being able to call in, get stuff put off your chest. That's what the goal of this is. You're out there keeping us awake, and keeping us on edge. This thing, with the depth fuel, thank God I don't have to worry about that right now. I got an old Caterpillar, 2017, so we're good. I don't know about this run. When it was down below $3 a gallon, my employer was upset over this run because it don't pay. It's shavings, no weight to it, and it goes far away. So I don't know. I think we're going from making a little bit of money to now. I think we're actually paying to get rid of it.
Wow.
I don't know what we're doing.
Yeah.
But other than that, we're going to sit back and copy the mail and enjoy the rest of the show. How about it?
Sounds like a plan, Chevy guy. Thank you for the update. Thank you. And with that, we've got clear lines at 844-844-3388. Yes, Shorty, it looks like Sarah Huckabee Sanders is pretty much a shoo-in for the Republican nomination today. They're in Arkansas. Yep, big support there. And let's see here. It's 844-844-3388. Get to some of the other industry headlines. Let's get a news break at this point in time, though, here on a Tuesday morning. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
President Biden is on his first Asian trip as president, and he made one of the most forceful presidential statements in support of Taiwan's self-governance in decades.
You didn't want to get involved in the Ukraine conflict militarily for obvious reasons. Are you willing to get involved militarily to defend Taiwan if it comes to that?
Yes.
You are.
That's the commitment we made.
The White House walked back that comment, and officials said the president was not outlining a change in U.S. policy towards Taiwan. More high-tech weapons are headed to Ukraine. Nearly 50 defense leaders from around the world agreed to send more advanced weapons to the besieged country. Some of the arsenal includes a harpoon launcher and missiles to protect its coast. Joint Chiefs Chairman General Mark Milley says there are low-level discussions happening on how the U.S. may need to adjust its training of Ukrainian forces. This is USA Radio News.
Hey everyone, this is Mike.
And this is Brian with Fellowship Home Loans. For years now, we've helped thousands of families live the dream of home ownership. And it's always great to hear from them.
I would highly recommend this company because they are quick and very easy to work with. Did a really good job and saved me a lot of money in the process.
At Fellowship Home Loans, we don't have clients. We have friends and family.
They were amazing team. They are unbelievable. And I think they're just not going to do what they did for me. I think they will do it for anybody. They will just go beyond just to help you.
If we can help you, give us a call at 800-535-2779. 800-535-2779 or online at fellowshiphomeloans.com.
We are here to help. No pressure guaranteed. 800-535-2779.
I would say Fellowship is the way to go.
Welcome home.
Intercontinental Capital Group, DBA Fellowship Home Loans, Equal Housing Opportunity Lender, MLS number 60134.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
You went car shopping? You meant business. You ace vehicle history searches and test drives. You out-salesman to the salesman. Now you've got your wheels. If you manage that, you can get your retirement plan on track. Visiting aceyourretirement.org can help. With 401k tips and smart saving strategies, you'll have the info you need to get more for your future. Go to aceyourretirement.org, because when it comes to speeding past financial challenges, you're an ace. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, thank you much and welcome back. Now, let's see here. So, we got clear lines. We're wide open at 844-844-3388. Email. If you'd like to throw an email, I try to keep an eye on things during the program. Steve at hotshotsecret.com. And there's no handle Dave on board this morning. He said, Steve, I heard you mention at the start of the show about the nice weather this past weekend and how people were starting to open up the pools. Well, we were one of those that opened our pool this weekend. They got the cover off, and we were pretty happy. The water was pretty clear. Got the pump and the filter all hooked up, and we're all ready to sweep it out. Well, that's until we flipped the switch to turn the pump on. And I should have known everything was going too good because the pump wouldn't come on. We tested the outlet. It was good. We hit the breaker on the pump's power cord. Still nothing. No buzzing, no nothing. So now I guess we get to buy a new pump before we can get our pool up and running. I left our floating thermonuclear in the pool over the winter, and I pulled it out to check the temp. And to my surprise, it was almost 70 degrees. Now, I'm sure that was only at the surface. I wouldn't want to be the one to get in and see how cold it was 4 foot down, but I'm about an hour or 45 minutes north of you, just off I-70. Exit 131 in Indiana. Did you get your pool open yet? No, the answer is no. In the last couple of weeks, I think at least three times I've put the siphon, the pump, to get all the water off the top of the cover, which I did again this past day. I may try to take the cover off before the weekend, since, again, we've got a busy weekend planned, and I probably won't have the chance to do it over the Memorial Day weekend, but yeah, we'll see how that goes in the next couple of days here. I hope you still have some chlorine left from last year like we did, because we went to buy Shock and looked at the 3-inch chlorine tablets. They wanted $45 for a little 10-pound container. Ouch. Yes, I do. I think I've got a 25-pound bucket left over from last year, which, yeah, I don't have any of the small bags of Shock and whatnot. But anyway, on a trucking note, the wife and I were on I-70 West here in Indiana a couple weekends ago in my car when I looked in my mirror, and out of nowhere, I had a big truck right on my bumper. Now, I was going with traffic in the left lane, running between 75 and 80 miles an hour. I told my wife, this guy must be flying. And he's one of the reasons we real truckers get a bad reputation. I got past the traffic I was passing, moved over to the right, and let him pass. I said to my wife, I'm kind of curious how fast this idiot's going. So I speed up, and we got over 90 miles per hour, and he was still pulling away. So I backed off. My wife wanted to call the police and report him, but we were getting off at the next exit, and I said, he'll get his if he keeps going that rate of speed. Speed limit was 70 miles for cars and 65 for trucks in the area we were in. He had a foreign name on the trailer that looked to be maybe Indian or something like that, if that makes any sort of a difference. But my question is, what would the other drivers have done in that situation? Yeah, as I look back, I feel like we should have dropped a dime on him, but I'm not sure if it would have even mattered or not. Anyway, on my way back to Indy from Kalamazoo, we've got 50 degrees right now on I-94 near Battle Creek, Michigan. I'll be here for the entire program. Thanks for everything you do, and be safe out there to all the listeners. From No Handle Dave. So, yeah, that's one of the bad actors out there, right? Doing 90 miles an hour. Wow. And that's one of the characters that makes the FMCSA look and say, yeah, maybe we need to govern all these trucks, slow everybody down. All right. Santa Claus just zipped me an email. Steve, when you get a chance, look at your fan page. I took some photos. 3 rigs parked sideways blocking the fuel pumps at the TA in Coachella, California. Anyway, I'm ready to hit the hammer, blow some of these 65-mile-an-hour trucks off the road after I hit the Arizona state line, of course. All right? So, yeah, because you got that California slow speed, right? That all changes when you cross that Arizona state line. And our number, 844-844-3388. Carolina Ghost Rider.
Hey, how's it going, Steve?
Doing well. Been a while. What's been happening in your world?
Just same old, you know, just work all week so I can go home work on the weekend.
Yes, sir.
Back on the week of Easter, we, kind of got the pool put back together, and, we just took the pump and all that apart during the winter, put it all back together, and threw 3 bags of salt in there and kept the cover on it. And I put it on the superchlorinate and dropped the ball and left it for about a week by accident. Went back and checked it the following weekend. It was off the charts. It was a color nowhere even seen on the chlorine chart. So I had to just turn the chlorination completely off for a week or so. And but she back down to where she's supposed to be, and pulled the solar cover off over yesterday and crawled in at a nice 85 degrees in there.
Wow. How about that? That's swimming water. Yes, sir.
Yes, it was nice. But, yeah, I'm glad I don't have to go chasing those chlorine tablets down and all. They just throw a little salt in there and maybe a little baking soda or something like that here and there, and pretty much it.
Good to go, huh?
Yes, sir. You about ready to jump in yours?
No, not till I get the cover off, and I guarantee the water. I guess actually the cover kind of acts like a solar cover to some extent, doesn't it? Because I kind of lifted the cover up a little bit, and I could actually feel like the warmth from underneath the cover coming out. So I mean, it may not be too bad.
I would think it would at least help to trap some heat in.
Yeah.
Not let it cool off as much. But all this rain you sent down sure isn't doing us no favors. I'm sure that cooled it right on down.
Mm-hmm.
what you need to do is what old Tim Jim's wanting to do. He's wanting to get a bunch of old gas grills and run him some copper tube through the heating elements and make them a heater for the pool.
Redneck ingenuity, right?
That's it. That's it. But I just wanted to give you a shout, say hello, say hope the family's doing well, and maybe someday they'll lift the restrictions on the shots for the cruise, and we'll all go back out again.
I'm getting about ready for that. Yeah, it's been long enough as far as I'm concerned.
Yes, sir.
Well,
you have a great evening. We'll catch you later.
Gotcha. Yeah, last cruise was 19, I think. 2019. Yeah, because that was, I mean, was that October, I think, of 2019, because we got off the ship, and it was, in no time, shortly thereafter, the whole COVID thing was hitting the proverbial fan, if you know what I mean. All right, Dale responded in regards to the diesel exhaust fluid. A little more info he sent my way. He said, as far as the rails are concerned, each rail car of DEF holds 21,500 gallons. Now, Pilot actually manufactures the diesel exhaust fluid, and Union Pacific's kind of PO'd because Pilot became the shipper on several rail tankers. They bought them, I believe. And even though they didn't increase the actual number of tankers going to their facilities, Union Pacific's not making the money from Pilot leasing their tanker cars. Pilot became the shipper so they could control the tanker's movement and get the shipments delivered more reliable to their particular facilities. So there's more to the story, right? You follow the money, always the bottom line. Yeah, if you're not going to lease our tankers, we want to give someone else that might be leasing it the priority, right? That's kind of what they're saying. All right, hello to Mr. Q, listening in this morning. Rick's going to take a break, going to chill for a bit. Awesome show. Please be safe out there. All right, following recent extreme weather conditions, an executive order providing relief from certain hours of service requirements is in effect through the end of the month in Minnesota. This applies to commercial drivers transporting fertilizer, anhydrous ammonia, pesticides, or seed to aid in the spring crop planting in the state, or where they've had large hail, heavy rain, wind damage, power outages, extensive damage to some of the silos and the grain bins and other agricultural structure, all being cited as conditions that led the governor to signing this order. Now, neighboring states have also experienced similar problems due to the weather. Matter of fact, in North Dakota, they've also recently issued an hours of service waiver for drivers hauling agricultural products that is slated to expire on June the 9th. The delayed planting season will likely affect crop yields, profitability, and international trade, according to Minnesota's governor. Also, the Minnesota Farm Bureau, the Minnesota Milk Producers Association, and the Minnesota Pork Producers Association indicated their operations have been significantly impacted, and they've requested immediate help for the safe and efficient movement of livestock, poultry, and feed, according to the Minnesota order there. So the hours of service executive order does not relieve carriers and drivers from regulations when it comes to driver qualification, and a carrier operated under this order must not require or even allow a fatigued or ill driver to operate a commercial vehicle. But upon the expiration of this order, or when a driver or motor carrier has been relieved of all duty and responsibility to provide direct assistance to the emergency relief efforts. At that point, a driver must take at least 34 consecutive hours off duty. Right now, according, again, the Minnesota order is set to expire on May the 31st, so you've only got a little less than a week left on that particular order. And we return into this Tuesday morning, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring cord that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All righty, where'd we leave off there? Let's get back to your calls. There's always moving. How's your week starting out? Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for taking my call, and thank you for being able to be there at night to talk to all of us and listen to us. Thank you to Hot Shot Secret for making you available as our nighttime therapist. Doing great, enjoying my 5 days of little mini vacay here, and making the most of it. So I have some things to go over. I wrote them down so I could remember them all. Kind of nice when I'm not having to drive, but I can sit here in my other office and do this. First, last week was Norman's birthday, and I meant to mention it last week, but happy birthday to Norman, belated happy birthday to Norman. And the caller who was on 2 calls ago that was talking about his wife and her illness, what he described is the description of love, and he is truly living up to his wedding vows, better for worse, sickness and in health, good times and bad, especially when he described her and chuckled and then would, talk about how much he loved her and cared about her. It makes a person happy to hear that. You don't hear that all the time from spouses, so that was lovely to hear. Now, a couple of things that I found. So Friday, I read a couple of articles that prove there are kooks on both sides of the political aisle. We've all known it, but here's a couple of good examples. Mm-hmm. I printed the articles out and was going to send them to you, but I know you get a ton of them, so I'll just briefly say. The one was that, and they're both about the abortion thing, and one is that the Democrats actually stated, whoever it is that they're testifying to, I don't know where they're finding these people to speak at whatever it is they're doing there up in Washington. But they actually had somebody that said that men can get pregnant and have abortions. And that was That was a person that appeared before the House Judiciary Committee, and Amy Arambide, Arrambide. She's the executive director of the Infant Genocide Advocacy Group, known as AVOW Texas, told members of Congress that women can claim to be men, get pregnant, and have abortions. I believe that everyone can identify for themselves, she said, to which Representative Dan Bishop, a Republican from North Carolina, asked her if men could get pregnant and have abortions, and yes, she said. So it says this is categorically false to the point of being delusional. The mere decision to identify as a man does not make you one.
Exactly.
So there was that. Isn't that just crazy? But then to go with that, and this one, I'm like, oh my God. So this one, appearing again before the House Judiciary Committee, and this is, she said it with a straight face, this is what Catherine Glenn Foster actually said, describing what she calls the violence of abortion. She talks about human bodies from the earliest days, poisoned in the womb, dismembered, torn limb from limb, bodies thrown in medical waste bins, and in places like Washington, D.C., burned to power the lights of the city's homes and streets. Let that image sink in with you for a moment. The next time you turn on the light, think of the incinerators. Yeah, she said that. And she believes she believes that these fetuses are being taken to power plants and burned, which I would pretty well bet a bunch of money, if not my farm, on that's probably, I'm going to say that would be a false one, because that is considered a toxic material, hazardous waste material, and that has to be all disposed of very particularly. Now, I don't know exactly how they dispose of the waste material that they pick up from hospitals and places like that. They're hazardous waste materials, but I can't imagine that they take that and go burn that at power places. But then that's just me.
Wow.
So I just thought, I read both of those, and I'm like, oh, they're just total kooks on both sides. So and it makes me wonder, really, this is who you bring before Congress to talk? Who found these people? I mean, surely you could find someone that has much more common sense than this, which makes me think, I mean, it is truly, let's just get as far out in left or right field as we can and get the absolute weirdest people to go up and, quote, represent how Americans think and how the average person thinks, which I can't imagine that that's really where anybody's brains are really going with this.
Wow.
So,
yeah, if you can hold that thought there, always moving. I know you had several other points, but we're like up to the top of the hour. And if you hadn't seen it yet, the first story you brought up there about men can get pregnant, it kind of harkens back to the caller last evening. Who was it talking about? Someone who had graduated, and the valedictorian and his daughter was referring to her as them because she's what she call herself, like binary or one of these other crazy names. She does not identify as a woman or a man or a male or a female. She is whatever the hell, them. Calvin Klein, the clothing manufacturer, Calvin Klein, oddly enough, on Mother's Day, unveiled an advertising campaign where they're highlighting this couple, which is actually, and you got to see the picture to believe it. It's the man who was actually born as a woman, had her breast removed, is taking the hormones to where she's now growing chest hair and she has a beard, but she obviously has a vagina and a womb, but she identifies as a man. and she is pregnant. But they're saying she's a man. So, yes, men can get pregnant. That's how demented we've become. I shared the photograph from the ad campaign, which has the link, again, that sparked a lot of debate. I say, America, I want you to look at this. This is a woman, had her breast removed, now identifies as a man, and she is pregnant. But yes, she has a vagina and a womb and a beard. And the true woman that he is with, obviously, she did not get him, a.k.a. her, pregnant. That's where we are today. But yeah, glorifying it. He's all laid back with his big belly there. Well, she is pregnant. But this is normal. This is normal in society today. At least we're supposed to believe it is normal. But I digress. We'll return after the news update.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
Dozens of the world's defense leaders have agreed to send more advanced weapons to Ukraine. U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin said 20 countries announced new security assistance packages for the besieged country.
I'm especially grateful to Denmark, which announced today that it will provide a Harpoon launcher and missiles to help Ukraine defend its coast. I'd also like to thank the Czech Republic for its substantial support, including a recent donation of attack helicopters, tanks, and rocket systems.
Austin added that Italy, Greece, Norway, and Poland announced new donations of artillery systems and ammunition. President Biden, on his first Asian trip as president, made one of the most forceful presidential statements in support of Taiwanese self-governance. The White House walked that comment back, and officials said the president was not outlining a change in U.S. policy towards Taiwan. This is USA Radio News.
Wendy Bell here for my friends at Swiss America. Did you know the U.S. Constitution authorizes only two forms of legitimate money, gold and silver? That's right. But our government abandoned gold and silver a half-century ago. Meanwhile, gold and silver prices have rocketed in recent years due to growing economic uncertainty. So, to help my listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer today. Silver Walking Liberty $half at the amazingly low price of $12.50 each, delivered. You heard me right, $12.50. Call now to reserve your silver coins at 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490. Silver Walking Liberty $half for just $12.50 each, delivered while supplies last. Put a silver lining in your financial portfolio now by calling 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490.
One of the country's largest banks is going to pay its employees more. USA Radio's Tim Berg reports.
Bank of America is raising its hourly minimum wage for employees to $22 an hour. This brings the banking giant one step closer to its pledge of paying workers in the United States $25 an hour by 2025. BOA's Chief Human Resources Officer saying these raises and benefits are meant to attract and retain the best talent. The hourly wage increase comes as inflation in the United States hits a 40-year high. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
After 7 weeks of losses, stocks closed higher on Monday. The Dow gained 618 points, that's 2%. The Nasdaq climbed 181 points, that's more than 1.5%. The S&P 500 rose 72, that's close to a 2% rise. You are listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot. If you like my radio show, you're going to love my podcast, War Raw. Each podcast, I present my top 10 most outrageous, salacious, and controversial stories of the week. I break down the best of the best raw truth stories for conservatives, libertarians, patriots, taxpayers, Trumpers, and deplorables. Anyone who appreciates God, guns, gold, and tax cuts will stand up and cheer for War Raw. Check out this week's War Raw podcast right now. It's available to download at iTunes, Spotify, iHeart, or wherever you listen to podcasts. War Raw. War Raw.
Dueling rallies in Georgia ahead of Tuesday's Republican primary for governor. Former Vice President Mike Pence rallied for incumbent Governor Brian Kemp, urging voters to send a deafening message at the polls that the GOP is the party of the future. Pence avoided any references to his old boss, former President Donald Trump, who for his part was holding a virtual rally in support of Kemp's opponent, former Senator David Perdue. Another American brand is leaving Russia.
After 15 years operating in Russia, Starbucks will exit the market completely. Companies like McDonald's, ExxonMobil, and British American Tobacco have already given up on the country. The coffee powerhouse announced Monday it will sell off its 130 licensed locations in Russia. Starbucks also said it will pay its nearly 2,000 Russian workers for 6 months and help them transition to new opportunities. From the West Coast, USA, Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
An independent report is outlining the mishandling of sex abuse allegations within the Southern Baptist Convention. Anne-Marie Miller was 16 when she was abused by a youth pastor 3 decades ago. Her abuser finally seeing justice in 2018. She gave her reaction to the report to the PBS NewsHour.
This is objective documentation. It's not made up.
The Guidepost report says survivors of abuse by clergy repeatedly shared allegations with the executive committee of the denomination, only to be met with resistance, stonewalling, and outright hostility from the committee time and time again. For USA Radio News, I'm Kenneth Burns.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
There we go, back at it here. Thanks for being with us as we roll into a Tuesday. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Coming up at 5 a.m. Eastern Time this morning, and right after we wrap things up on TNCRadio.live, tune in for the latest episode of Building Strong Minds with Dr. Christopher Kortman. This time, Dr. Kortman and Tom Kelly discuss how gratitude is an important part of a strong mind and a healthy life. Next, our friends from TFC Global interviewed the founders of Texas Port Ministries and their outreach to those who work in and around one of the busiest ports in America. Don't forget, all the TNC Radio primetime programming is available later as podcasts that you can find at tncradio.live or use the TNC Radio Live app. Available on over 2,000 devices, including smartphones, tablets, and now Roku TVs as well. All right, always moving. Back with us. Thanks for hanging in there.
Thank you for holding me over. A couple more things here real quick. The one made me laugh out loud when I saw it. Apparently, someone is making these little stickers of Joe Biden pointing to his right.
I did that.
And I did that, yes, and putting them on all the gas stations.
Yeah, I did that.
Through. I love that. I absolutely love that. I thought that was funny. And he I guess is rubbing off on Kamala Harris. She, where he has made this flub today about that we're going to go in and defend Taiwan without asking anybody else in the country about that, and going against our policy of it, which the White House is all over the place. And it's so funny when the reporter asked him, so, what are you going to do for Taiwan? Are you going to back Taiwan? Yeah. So she goes, you are? I mean, she obviously knows that's not the right answer, but
Yep.
He said it.
That's our commitment,
So
he said.
Kamala-
That's our commitment. Militarily was the question. And he said, yeah, that's our commitment.
Yeah. He's, like weren't you a senator when you decided not to do that? But anyway, and so they got Kamala Harris for her latest remark is, when we talk about the children of the community, they are the children of the community. And in that way, we should all feel a direct sense of responsibility. It's like, what are you talking about? So they had some of the people who responded to that. One guy said that he's known the people that play in the soccer fields that after they've been out drinking, he said, and they're loaded, he said they have a better ability to speak than she does. Mm-hmm. Yeah, there were just some really cute comments, but also they listed a whole bunch of her other comments, and I didn't realize she had that many, but good Lord, she's as bad as Joe Biden. I mean, she really can't speak on the fly. Nope. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, that's embarrassing, all the stuff that she says too. So anyway, those are my things there that I had. So that's all I had, and I thank you for taking my call, and I hope everybody has a wonderful day.
And thank you for being with us. There you go. Always moving. Been checking in on a more regular basis. Whatever happened to Baby Bear? She crossed my mind recently. And Rhonda, some of us, we had all of our female callers we don't hear from much. Hope Baby Bear is all right. I don't know, maybe she's changed shifts or something along that line. I know she ran down in the Atlanta area for so many years. With that, we've got clear lines once again at 844-844-3388. In regards to Biden's latest, I guess you'd call it a gaffe, when he said the U.S. would respond militarily if China were to invade Taiwan. But a White House official walked back his comments just moments later. A reporter said you didn't want to get involved in the Ukraine conflict militarily for obvious reasons. Are you willing to get involved militarily to defend Taiwan if it comes to that? To which Biden said, yes, that's the commitment we made. Which I guess technically it is, but Biden then said the U.S. will continue to adhere to the so-called One China policy, which holds that the People's Republic of China is the sole legal government of China, and acknowledges, without necessarily endorsing, the position that Taiwan is part of China's territory. But the idea that Taiwan could be taken by force, is just not appropriate. It would dislocate the entire region and be another action similar to what happened in Ukraine. Now, NBC News reported shortly after that press conference, a White House spokesperson walked back the remarks about Taiwan by saying, as the president said, our policy has not changed. He reiterated our One China policy and our commitment to peace and stability across the Taiwan Strait. He also reiterated our commitment under the Taiwan Relations Act to provide Taiwan with the military means to defend itself. The United States has continued to arm Taiwan for years through the Taiwan Relations Act of 1975. Now, that act does not guarantee the United States would intervene militarily on Taiwan's behalf. It's kind of more of a similar stance to where, as in the case with Ukraine, we're not actively getting on the ground or in the air, but helping to arm them to fight for themselves. The administration has thus far ruled out military intervention in Ukraine. But as we continue to arm the Ukrainian forces in their ongoing fight, Biden's comments suggested that we would intervene militarily in a fashion beyond just arming Taiwan, as we have with Ukraine. Now, the White House officials' remarks, by comparison, indicated we will continue to arm Taiwan if it was invaded but made no guarantee that this administration would commit U.S. forces to actually defend the island nation. Senator Tom Cotton criticized the conflicting statements about Taiwan. Tom Cotton said, "I've long said we should change our Taiwan policy from strategic ambiguity to strategic clarity. The United States will come to the defense of Taiwan in the event of a Chinese attack," he said. Now, as usual, strategic clarity and military strength is the best way to deter China. Given President Biden's apparent policy shift in off-the-cuff remarks at that press conference, which was in Japan, no less, followed by anonymous White House aides trying to walk back his statement, it is now essential that President Biden restate our new policy of strategic clarity in clear, deliberate remarks from a prepared text. Otherwise, this continued ambiguity and uncertainty will probably provoke the Chinese communists without deterring them. The worst of both worlds. If we come right out and say we're not going to get involved in any form or fashion, China's going to, what the hell? What have we got to lose? Let's go. Let's go, Brandon. Hello, Big Moose. What's happening this morning?
Oh, not much, buddy. What's going on with you?
Yeah, not a bad start to the week. Trying to stay busy.
Yeah, I heard that. The reason I called was over that buffoon from Columbus, Indiana, that Mike Pence. Okay. Did you hear that fool on the television yesterday?
I did. All I heard was in the news break that I guess he was in Georgia standing with Kemp, right?
I'm going to tell you something. Mike Pence is not a friend to the people. We all saw him up there when they pulled this big phony scam election, put Biden in there, him up there bumping elbows with Nancy Pelosi wearing his bright blue necktie with his face panties on. We all seen him get his coin from the elect. He's a bought and paid for rhino. That man is an enemy of the state. I mean, he is not a friend of free people. Mike Pence is the epitome of the Democratic Party. He just was smart enough to wrap it up in a Republican coat. Mike Pence is a snake, Mike Pence is a liar, and Mike Pence is a fool. And anybody that would stand for or support Mike Pence is in the same boat with Nancy Pelosi. Them people are all out of the same cloth. They're all cut from the same piece of cloth. Mike Pence, you think he got the world pulled over everybody's eyes. No, I get up there and I can bat my little eyes and shine my white hair and talk about Jesus, and everybody thinking I'm a good old boy from Columbus, Indiana. I know exactly what Mike Pence is. Mike Pence is a snake in the grass, and anything that comes out of his mouth, I'm going to do the exact opposite.
That pretty much tells the tale, huh? So you're not a supporter of Mike Pence is talking. They're talking about him maybe making a run for the presidency in 24.
Oh well, no doubt. They need another one world order Democrat agenda in there. So yeah, what a better way to do it to make the Republicans think that they won one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Mike Pence is a snake. Mike Pence is a liar, and Mike Pence is I tell you what, man, it makes me sick to look at that guy. You know, he's a spineless yellow coward, and I tell you what, I have to admit, he had me duped at first, but we all seen his true colors. We know where his loyalties stand, and I'll not be supporting in any way, shape, or form anything that has to do with Mike Pence.
Well, aside from Mike Pence, what else is going on, Ed? Yeah, well, you're up at 2:30 in the morning. What are you doing up this late night hour? You on the road?
Well, no, I took a nap earlier. D Ranger called me about 12 o'clock. I hadn't listened to the show in a while. I wanted to get up and listen to you, so the ranger called and woke me up. I said, well, I'm going to call in because I tell you what, I was sitting there. I dang near throwed a coffee cup through my own television yesterday after I heard that buffoon on there and his diarrhea of the mouth, you know. And, you know, and then we got Joe Biden there, you know, saying, yeah, we're going to go to war for Taiwan. You know, what an idiot. I tell you what, I tell you what we ought to do, Steve. Get these loudmouth liberals up there all about wanting to start a conflict in World War III and all that stuff. I tell you what we ought to do. We ought to just bring the draft back. I think that's a good thing. We still got the selective service program. Every male supposed to age of 18 supposed to register for selective service. Let's bring the draft back. Then that way, you know, when Mr. and Mrs. Tree-hugging limp wrist over here in Hippieville, USA, have to worry about little Johnny blue-haired transvestite going to war, maybe they'll vote a little different. What do you think?
That's a distinct possibility, yeah.
Yeah, well, I tell you what, I get so aggravated anymore. I can't stand to watch the news. I can't stand to hear about these politics. You know, I've always said we're making the last lap around the bowl. I got news for you, buddy. We're about a foot down the pipe now. There ain't no coming back from this. You know, you got all this, you know, women wanting to be men, men wanting to be women, and you know, you got just bombarded with this stuff. And I seen a thing the other day where they're trying to eliminate any Caucasian people at all in television advertisement. Did you see that?
I have not. No, really.
Yeah. I'll send you the article to it. Said that you know white people on a television is offensive. You know, and they're not showing any heterosexual couples, regardless of what color they are. And they're not showing any white people at all in television advertisements, you know, because this is the new woke thing to do. I tell you what, you know, you can be woke as you want to be, but the fact of the matter is, the enemies that are going to come for us, this is just showing them weakness. This is a sign of weakness to everybody else in the world. We got a president up there that can't even make a cognitive sentence. We got the rest of as far as the outside world's concerned, we're all a bunch of weirdos who the men want to be women, the women want to be men, and we're still got white guilt over a war that happened 200 years ago, or 180 years ago, whatever it's been now, you know, and it's just ridiculous. I mean, the whole thing, people have forgotten what it is to be an American. You know, there's no such thing as an American anymore, Steve. You're either white or transgender or black or homosexual, heterosexual. You're always there's so many sub-labels that nobody's an American anymore, and it's sickening. You know, number one, here's the way I feel about it. I don't care who you go to bed with. Ain't none of my business. Don't know, don't want to know, don't care. Number two, I've never owned a slave. My granddaddy never owned a slave. My great-granddaddy never owned a slave. Number three, I ain't never picked cotton. You ain't never picked cotton. You know, you ain't never been an indentured servant, have you? Have you ever been a slave or an indentured servant? Do you know anybody personally who has been? Answer is no, because it's all ancient history, but they want to keep churning this crap up. And it's ridiculous, you know. And like I said, you can be as you can go to bed with anybody you want to and everything else. I don't care about that. But the fact of the matter is, we're losing. What we're seeing right now is our own country being destroyed by its own people. The people in this country are the cancer that is going to kill this country. It is the mindset of the indoctrinated, woke, liberal mindset in this country is the cancer that is going to be the death of America. And that's what's happening. And what's so frustrating, ain't a damn thing I can do about it to stop it.
Mm-hmm.
You know? What do? Just sit back and watch it burn. That's the only thing there is to do, you know? And I know there's some people ain't going to like this, and they can call in here and trash talk me all they want to, you know, and that's fine. I don't care about that either. But let me tell you something, Steve. There's some of these people on this radio get all ass bent and butthurt about something somebody else says. I don't give a damn what you say. I don't give a damn what you think. I'm entitled to my opinion because this is the United States of America, or at least it is for the time being. But I tell you what, now that the government has set up its own, you know, what are they calling this thing now? Correct information organization or whatever.
Disinformation Society, the Ministry of Truth.
Yeah.
Which, you know, they've backed off on that, though. We're not going to proceed with that. You know.
Well, I tell you what, don't be fooled. They might be saying they're backing off, but I tell you what, there was another country that had a disinformation society. It was called the Gestapo. You know, and you know that's. People want to tear down these statues, erase history. They forget about things like that, you know. And when they start lining them up to get on the train to our proverbial Auschwitz because of their religious beliefs or what color they are or how they think or how they live, then, you know, history's going to repeat itself, and nobody's going to know that it's going to repeat itself because they never heard of what happened before.
Yep.
You know? But anyway... It's 2:25 in the morning and it's high noon at my house, so I'm gonna go in here and freebase a lisinopril and drink about 3 gallons of coffee and listen to what everybody else has to say.
All right, have a great morning.
Keep it Twix spotted and solid. I'm gone.
There you go, the big Moose. I appreciate that, Moose. Well, it's not surprising, you know, that the sentiment in this Joe Biden's discovering a political truth that no president has had to confront in decades. Did you know Americans hate inflation? Well, and rightfully so. The most recent evidence comes from a CBS News YouGov poll that found just 6%, that's single digit, 6% of the public think things are going very well in America today. There's another 20% who say things are going somewhat well. That's a total of 26%. 38% say things are going somewhat badly. 41% say things are going very badly. Not good numbers for this administration. The numbers are similar when it comes to the economy. 6% say the economy is doing very well. 20% say it's doing fairly well. 30% say it's doing fairly bad. 39% say it's very bad. There's 5% who aren't really sure, which is hardly an endorsement of the Biden administration's policies. Biden's overall approval rating, pretty damn bad. Although, according to the CBS poll, it moved 2 points to 44% in May. On the economy, however, he gets worse marks. Just 36% approve of Biden handling the economy. When it comes to inflation, just 30% approved. 65% of the public say Biden is too slow to react on important issues. And he quite obviously has been too slow on inflation. Just 45% say Biden is fighting hard to address our problems. 57% describe the president as distracted rather than focused. 51% say he is incompetent. Given that the Dow Jones Industrial Average just went into the longest losing streak in 90 years, it's not terribly surprising Americans do not feel optimistic when it comes to the stock market. Just 33% say they're optimistic about stocks. Similar, 32% say they're optimistic about the national economy. Only 23% say they're optimistic about the prices of goods and services. 77% are pessimistic. That tells the tale. And all this, you would think, will undoubtedly translate into the proverbial red wave coming up this November. But hey, we'll get another little taste of what's coming our way. Primary day in a number of other states here this Tuesday morning. Good to have you on board with the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
More advanced weapons are heading to Ukraine. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin said 20 countries announced new security assistance packages for the besieged country.
And today, several countries announced new donations of critically needed artillery systems and ammunition, including Italy, Greece, Norway, and Poland.
Austin also said that during a virtual meeting, Ukraine officials made their security needs clear, adding it's consistent with what has been identified in recent weeks. Former Vice President Mike Pence has endorsed incumbent Georgia Governor Brian Kemp as he faces a primary challenge from former Senator David Perdue, who has been endorsed by former President Donald Trump. Perdue is hoping to force Kemp into a runoff after Tuesday night's primary. The Dow closed up 618 points. The NASDAQ added 181. The S&P 500 rose 72. This is USA Radio News.
An adult elephant can weigh up to 6 tons. The average person, 150 pounds. Ever heard of carfentanil? It's a large wild animal tranquilizer. Illegal drug dealers lace heroin with it. It can kill the average human. If you or a loved one is addicted to opiates, even pain pills, don't wait until it's too late. Call the Detox and Treatment Helpline now. We care. Many of us have been where you are. We'll take you or a loved one away from the drug environment to a place you can clean out safely. Plus, we'll work with your insurance company to make sure you get the treatment you need. And with a Family Medical Leave Act, you're allowed by law to get away for help without telling your employer why. Call now to save a life. 800-707-9709. 800-707-9709. That's 800-707-9709.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. The price of diesel is through the roof, so what could be worse? How about high prices and low fuel mileage? Well, there is a solution. Everyday Diesel Treatment by Hot Shot Secret. EDT is a concentrated 6-in-1 fuel additive and cetane improver that immediately adds fuel economy with the first fill-up. It's the best way to maximize every drop of diesel for a better bottom line. Everyday Diesel Treatment available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA Petro Truck Stops. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pure Flow Air Dog.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, back here on a Tuesday. What do we got next? Well, we got an update on the speed limiters this past day. Let me get an update out of Pennsylvania. Yeah, here we are 1 week after the primary in PA. Who knows? The Senate candidate, Dave McCormick, Dr. Oz. McCormick apparently sued this past day to force the counting of mail-in ballots without a handwritten date on the outside envelope, thinking that may close the gap between him and Dr. Oz. Filed in the Commonwealth Court of Pennsylvania, the lawsuit asks the state to force all the state's 67 counties' boards of election to count Republican mail-in ballots that have been received on time but did not have the handwritten date on the outside envelope, which the statute mandates. I mean, if you set up the rules for accepting ballots or rejecting ballots, I mean, everybody agrees to the rules when they go in, right? Campaign lawyers for McCormick are basing their case on a decision that a federal appellate court made allowing these sort of ballots to be counted in a disputed election in Pennsylvania last year. Both the Pennsylvania Supreme Court and the United States Court of Appeals for the Third Circuit held that mail-in ballots should not be disqualified simply because the voter failed to handwrite a date on the exterior mailing envelope on their ballot. So says McCormick's chief legal counsel. Because all ballots are time-stamped by the County Board of Elections once they receive them, a voter's handwritten date is meaningless, he says. All timely ballots of qualified Republican voters should be counted. As of yesterday, Oz is leading McCormick by 0.08%, 6 days after the primary election last week. McCormick believes he will eventually surpass Oz when the remaining mail-in ballots are counted. The campaign spokeswoman says every Republican primary vote should be counted, including the votes of Pennsylvania's active-duty military members who risk their lives to defend our constitutional right every day. Well, Yeah, the votes should be counted, but why are we still have not completed the count of all these, whether it's mail-in or not? Now, Dr. Oz says mail-in ballots will not change the outcome, which is undoubtedly headed to a recount anyway. All right, so when will we get the answer? I would think the recount should have been underway long ago, if you ask me. But all right, I get back to the calls here. Night Moves is on board. Hello, Night Moves.
Hey, Steve, how you doing tonight?
Doing well. What's happening?
I was just calling. You was talking about your swimming pool pump a while ago. Well, your pump wouldn't come on?
That was one of our listeners out there. No handle Dave, who got everything ready to fire up, and the pump wouldn't come on. Well, you have a suggestion?
Yeah, I do. On the end of that shaft on that pump, you'll see where there's a flathead, like where you put a flathead screwdriver on there.
Mm-hmm.
Turn that a few times, because a lot of times you get a bunch of corrosion and stuff in there, and you can turn that whole motor, put your flathead screwdriver in there on the back side of it, and see if you can turn it, and you'll probably feel the crud and all that in it, but just keep turning it, working it back and forth, and when you feel like you get it freed up, have somebody bump start it, like hit the switch, and turn that at the same time. I had to do that to mine this last week when I fired it up. It wouldn't come on.
Really? So you give it a little turn, and it might just kick in, huh?
Yep. Yeah, right there. Just put a flathead screwdriver on the back of it.
Yep.
Start turning it. You'll feel it if there's a bunch of crud in there, grinding kind of noise, sound, whatever. And just keep turning it till you free it up, and then have somebody hit the switch at the same time. Give that thing a spin. It might bump start it. So I did mine.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And it might work out for you. I mean, them pumps are pretty expensive now.
You're telling me I had to replace mine last year. Yes, I did.
Oh, it's only about a year old?
Well, no, I'm not the one with the problem. It's No Handle Dave that sent me an email. He's the one. I haven't even got mine out yet. But Dave's listening. He said he'd be with us the whole program.
Oh, okay. I thought it was yours. But yeah, I had to help him out too then. But yeah, just that tail shaft right there, put a screwdriver in there and turn it a few times. You'll hear it kind of grinding, whatever.
Uh-huh.
And free it up and hit that switch and spin it at the same time. Mine came right on. But I didn't have nothing either. I didn't have no humming sound, no nothing. And when I went to turn it, it was pretty plugged up with stuff, but I got it going. It's been working fine all week.
Good deal. All right. Well, like I said, I know No Handle. I know he's listening in, so yeah, give that a try. Yeah, I had to replace mine last year. I actually replaced the whole pool, but yeah, the pump had got to where, and I can't complain. I think we got a good 12, 15 years out of that pump, which is pretty darn good. But the bearings were going out. When you have a new pump and they're almost silent. Can't even hardly hear them running. This bad boy was, when you turn it on, the bearings were singing loud and clear, noisy as hell. Let me see. I got an email from Fat Kid Brody as well in regards to going back to Always Movement's comment. I guess as a clarification, sorry to tell you that yes. The using aborted babies for energy is actually a true statement. I used to work for a company that made biohazards waste destruction machines, and we ran a biohazard processing plant, and the material would come in plastic barrels or specially marked boxes. It would be loaded onto a conveyor, then fed the machine. It would drop into a shredder, get bathed in a high concentration of bleach water. From there, it dropped into a hammer mill. Here again, more bleach. The material would be ground up to material that looked like confetti. From there, it would go to a dump cart that was dumped into a dumpster. The dumpsters would be picked up by Rumpke every couple of days. and taken to the city incinerator where it was burned and turned into steam that powered generators. Okay. Thank you, Fat Kid Brody. Let's see, I had another email. Franklin pretty much saying let's see. It says, I worked for waste management for 26 years, and all medical waste is incinerated. No medical waste, especially tissue wastes, are incinerated. Right, there's a couple of responses there. Meanwhile, we've got, let's see, plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. Get back to the calls just ahead and some of our other industry headlines as we roll on through the late night, early morning hours, making our way into a Tuesday. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is now available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Travel Centers. Find out today why Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is becoming the fastest growing diesel treatment among over-the-road truckers. Better fuel economy, more power, less headaches. Stop into your nearest truck stop, grab a bottle of EDT, and feel the difference today. Everyday Diesel Treatment now available at TA and Petro Travel Centers, and learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, on our Monday morning program, someone had sent me a little piece of a much bigger story, a larger, more in-depth story. And we shared like a couple of paragraphs. It was talking about the electric vehicles. Say why electric cars will not work in America. With all these states mandating, as we're all too well familiar with. So let me start. I won't share what I had already shared last evening because it talks about obviously the need for the infrastructure, how much larger the charging stations are going to need to be and whatnot. But the government, they tell us, and here's what I've been hounding on, that we already have an electric power grid nationally that's struggling to keep up with demand. We're seeing on an almost daily basis warnings from various grid operators that as things stand right now, this summer, we're probably going to be looking at rolling blackouts all over the country. It's not just a California thing. We've now got Texas, the grid operator there, the Midwest grid operator, the grid operator for Michigan, all kind of sounding the alarms. The government of the United Kingdom, the UK, is already planning for power shortages caused by the charging of thousands of electric vehicles starting next month, June of 22. The government will restrict the time of day you can charge your electric vehicle battery. To do this, they're going to employ what they call smart meters that are programmed to automatically switch off the electric vehicle charging during peak times to avoid potential blackouts. In particular, the latest UK chargers will be preset to not function during 9 hours of peak loads, from 8 a.m. till 11 a.m. You've got 3 hours there, and then from 4 p.m. till 10 p.m., 6 hours. Total of 9 hours in any given day. Unbelievably, the UK technology decides when and if your vehicle can be charged. And it even allows electric vehicles' batteries to be drained back into the grid if required. Imagine charging your car all night only to discover in the morning your battery's flat because the state took the power back. You better have your gas-powered vehicle as a reliable backup. Even while electric vehicle charging will be an attractive source of revenue generation for the government, can you imagine what the American people would be up in arms? Then you've got the used car market. The average used electric vehicle will need a new battery before the owner can sell it. I think this is one of the pieces we did touch on. And of course, the cost. The average age of the American car on the road today is 12 years old. A 12-year-old electric vehicle will be on its third battery. A Tesla battery typically costs $10,000. So there's not going to be many 12-year-old electric vehicles on the road. Now, good luck trying to sell your used green fairy tale electric car. Now, I actually saw the video that he explains here. This Thomas Catane, the enterprising Finnish Tesla owner, had an imaginative solution to the battery replacement problem. He actually blew up his car. The shop told him the faulty battery needed to be replaced at a cost of $22,000. Now, in addition to the hefty fee, the work would have to be authorized by Tesla. So rather than shell out half the cost of a new Tesla to fix an old one, he decided to do something a little different. He hired the demolition experts from the YouTube channel known as Bomb Dudes. And like I said, this video, you can find this video on YouTube. I've seen it several times. They came out, they strapped 66 pounds of high explosives to the car and surrounded the area with slow-motion cameras to capture the 14 hot dog-shaped charges that erupt into a ball of fire, sending a massive shock wave rippling out from the car. That video's been watched more than 5 million times. Now, yeah, we understand the standard Tesla warranty does not cover damage resulting from intentional actions like blowing up your car for a YouTube vehicle. But it goes further. How many electric vehicles are in your neighborhood? A home charging station for a Tesla requires a 75-amp service. Now, the average house is equipped with 100-amp service. On most suburban streets, the electrical infrastructure would be unable to carry more than 3 houses with a single Tesla. For half the homes on your block to have electric vehicles, the system would be widely overloaded. Long live the V8. Now, when it comes to the batteries, although modern lithium-ion batteries 4 times better than the old lead-acid battery, gasoline holds 80 times the energy density. The great lithium battery in your cell phone weighs less than an ounce, while the Tesla battery weighs 1,000 pounds. And what do we get for this huge cost and weight? We get a car that's far less convenient and less useful than cars powered by the internal combustion engine. And he explains why. When the Model T came out, it was a dramatic improvement over the horse and cart. Now, the electric car is actually a step backward into the equivalence of an ordinary car with a tiny gas tank that takes half an hour to fill. It offers nothing on the way of convenience or extra facilities. Our conclusion is the electric automobile will always be around in a niche market, likely never exceeding 10% of the cars on the road. All automobile manufacturers are investing in their output and will all be disappointed in their sales. Perhaps they know this and will manufacture just what they know they can sell. Yeah, those are the comments of Dr. Jay Lair and Tom Harris. Dr. Lair, senior political analyst with the International Climate Science Coalition, former science director at the Heartland Institute, an internationally renowned scientist, author, speaker, who has testified before Congress on dozens of occasions when it comes to environmental issues. He has consulted with nearly every agency of the national government and many foreign countries. After graduating from Princeton University at the age of 20 with a degree in geological engineering, he received the nation's first PhD in groundwater hydrology from the University of Arizona. He later became executive director of the National Association of Groundwater Scientists and Engineers. So in other words, not just some off-the-wall individual who has some anti-electric vehicle bias. He is sharing the actual science of what's coming our way. But had you heard anything about the UK? Yeah, the fact that they can actually drain your juice from your battery back into the grid if things become strained. All right, we are rolling toward news update. I believe we got Philip on board coming up here. I think Gilligan's on the line, and so we'll hold, since we're about a minute from news update. Hang on, we'll get to you guys right after we hit the midnight hour on the West Coast. All right, police say a truck driver will be ticketed following a crash that spilled a large amount of meat product along a Pennsylvania interstate this past morning, Monday morning, about 6:40. No, I'm sorry, it was in the afternoon, rather, on I-70 in PA. The truck driver was traveling westbound on I-70, lost control near the 43-mile marker, crashed off the right side of the interstate, hit several trees before coming to a stop. He and his passenger suffered only minor injuries, but due to the violent stopping motion of the tractor-trailer, the trailer became dislodged, causing about 15,000 pounds of hot dog filler to catapult onto the roadway. Yeah, I remember the videos of the pink slime stuff that was making the rounds. Yeah, McDonald's and the nasty meat product. Kind of looks like that. Big old 15,000 pounds of pink hot dog filler. Anyway, a post-inspection revealed that the truck experienced brake malfunction. Further investigation after the crash revealed multiple brakes on the vehicle were completely inoperable, resulting in a total loss of stopping power. That was an ugly hot dog mess. Hot diggity dog. And it's news update, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
Dozens of the world's defense leaders have agreed to send more advanced weapons to Ukraine. U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin said 20 countries announced new security assistance packages for the besieged country.
I'm especially grateful to Denmark, which announced today that it will provide a Harpoon launcher and missiles to help Ukraine defend its coast. I'd also like to thank the Czech Republic for its substantial support, including a recent donation of attack helicopters, tanks, and rocket systems.
Austin added that Italy, Greece, Norway, and Poland announced new donations of artillery systems and ammunition. President Biden, on his first Asian trip as president, made one of the most forceful presidential statements in support of Taiwanese self-governance. The White House walked that comment back, and officials said the president was not outlining a change in U.S. policy towards Taiwan. This is USA Radio News.
Wendy Bell here for my friends at Swiss America. Did you know the U.S. Constitution authorizes only two forms of legitimate money, gold and silver? That's right. But our government abandoned gold and silver a half century ago. Meanwhile, gold and silver prices have rocketed in recent years due to growing economic uncertainty. So, to help my listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer today. Silver Walking Liberty $half at the amazingly low price of $12.50 each, delivered. You heard me right, $12.50. Call now to reserve your silver coins at 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490. Silver Walking Liberty $half for just $12.50 each, delivered while supplies last. Put a silver lining in your financial portfolio now by calling 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490.
One of the country's largest banks is going to pay its employees more. USA Radio's Tim Berg reports.
Bank of America is raising its hourly minimum wage for employees to $22 an hour. This brings the banking giant one step closer to its pledge of paying workers in the United States $25 an hour by 2025. BOA's Chief Human Resources Officer saying these raises and benefits are meant to attract and retain the best talent. The hourly wage increase comes as inflation in the United States hits a 40-year high. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
After 7 weeks of losses, stocks closed higher on Monday. The Dow gained 618 points, that's 2%. The Nasdaq climbed 181 points, that's more than 1.5%. The S&P 500 rose 72, that's close to a 2% rise. You are listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot. If you like my radio show, you're going to love my podcast, War Raw. Each podcast, I present my top 10 most outrageous, salacious, and controversial stories of the week. I break down the best of the best, raw truth stories for conservatives, libertarians, patriots, taxpayers, Trumpers, and deplorables. Anyone who appreciates God, guns, gold, and tax cuts will stand up and cheer for War Raw. Check out this week's War Raw podcast right now. It's available to download in iTunes, Spotify, iHeart, or wherever you listen to podcasts. War Raw. War Raw.
Dueling rallies in Georgia ahead of Tuesday's Republican primary for governor. Former Vice President Mike Pence rallied for incumbent Governor Brian Kemp, urging voters to send a deafening message at the polls that the GOP is the party of the future. Pence avoided any references to his old boss, former President Donald Trump, who for his part was holding a virtual rally in support of Kemp's opponent, former Senator David Perdue. Another American brand is leaving Russia.
After 15 years operating in Russia, Starbucks will exit the market completely. Companies like McDonald's, ExxonMobil, and British American Tobacco have already given up on the country. The coffee powerhouse announced Monday it will sell off its 130 licensed locations in Russia. Starbucks also said it will pay its nearly 2,000 Russian workers for 6 months and help them transition to new opportunities. From the West Coast, USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
An independent report is outlining the mishandling of sex abuse allegations within the Southern Baptist Convention. Anne Marie Miller was 16 when she was abused by a youth pastor 3 decades ago. Her abuser finally seeing justice in 2018. She gave her reaction to the report to the PBS NewsHour.
This is objective documentation. It's not made up.
The Guidepost report says survivors of abuse by clergy repeatedly shared allegations with the executive committee of the denomination, only to be met with resistance, stonewalling, and outright hostility from the committee time and time again. For USA Radio News, I'm Kenneth Burns.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let it roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas. We'll catch it all on that Steve Summers show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
Yeah, there we go. As we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast, everybody on the same page now. Welcome into a Tuesday. There we go, talking 24th day of May. One other tidbit, I always talk about electrify. Cisco Corporation actually announcing, making good on their pledge to convert a third of their fleet to electric trucks. Houston-based Cisco plans to acquire hundreds of Freightliner E-Cascadia electric trucks, according to Daimler Trucks North America. The food service distribution company announcement comes several months after pledging that they would reduce emissions by the year 2030. Now, according to Daimler Trucks, Cisco has signed a letter of intent to deploy up to nearly 800 E-Cascadia electric trucks by the year 26. Daimler plans to deliver Cisco's first E-Cascadia to its Riverside, California facility later this year. Now, last November, Cisco announced their goal to reduce emissions across their global operations and the company's entire value chain. According to the company, this is science-based emissions reduction that aligns with the Paris Agreement. Cisco, their plans address scopes 1 through 3 emissions, according to the EPA. They break down scope 1 to whatever that all breaks down to. Anyway, Cisco claims that the equivalent to adding 2,500 electric trucks to their fleet. In a letter of intent to Daimler, that puts Cisco 1/3 of the way to that milestone. Similar efforts were proposed by a group of UPS shareholders. We touched on this last evening as well. Yeah, Green Century Capital Management submitted a proposal during UPS's annual meeting to adopt independently verified science-based greenhouse gas emission reduction targets. But in this case, nearly 3/4 of the shareholders voted no on that deal. Can't help but wonder in some of these cases, if all these things go down the path that it appears they're going, unless something dramatically changes with upgrades to the power grid and the power generation in this country. Cisco may find a third of their trucks unable to be charged. It may be for many hours on any given day. It may be unable to charge them at all because the juice ain't there. Can't run your electric truck if there ain't no juice in the battery, right? All right, back to the phones here. Hello, Philip.
Hey, Steve, how you doing, bud? You doing all right?
Doing just fine. Thank you, sir.
Hey, can you check and see what the temperature is right now in Orlando?
I can sure do that. So let me see here. Do a quick Google search. Orlando. Looks like 78 degrees.
Well, the car's right on the money then. At 78 degrees at 3 o'clock in the morning. Figure that one out. It's going to be a hot one today.
That's a warm one. Yes, it is.
It was up late kind of yesterday, but it was a little bit cooler yesterday morning. But you talking about this power grid stuff and Cisco buying electric trucks. So let's analyze a Cisco truck. So you got a tractor with a diesel engine. What do we have on the trailer that Cisco's got that's got an engine? They got a refrigeration unit on that truck that's diesel powered too. So they're going to have an electric truck pulling a diesel powered trailer. So they're not going to get away from it. I think that's just a bunch of junk that they're talking that. Steve, what do you think?
Like I said, I mean, I think there's a whole lot of dreams out there. Utopian paradise, unicorns, fairy tales, rainbows, all that stuff.
And you were talking earlier about these Teslas and the charging and all that, the houses and the, 75 amps a draw. Well, I don't know about you, but my house has 150 amp service. Okay. And out of that 150 amps, I'm probably drawing about 120, 125. And that's if I've got everything on. Now I've taken my air conditioning system, and a lot of people don't do this with the air conditioner, and it's one thing that I found out, and it saves me a lot of money on my power bill, is the fan that comes on the compressor, the contactors, when they hit, most usually the energy just goes right into it and the fan just turns on. Mine is like a humidistat. It comes up. It's like a rheostat. It comes up. It spins up instead of just the power hitting it. It's there. The power spins up gradually, which saves you electricity. I've done that to mine to save some power, and I've saved it. But I don't believe a 75 watt or 75 amp draw is a lot. It's quite of a draw, man. I mean, that's crazy. I mean, even at work where I work at, my train sitting in the station, which is an electric vehicle, I mean, it's electric everything. It'll pull 2,000 amps moving. Just sitting in a station, I burn 200 amps just sitting in the station. So I don't. We're somewhere in we got to figure out a way to get away with dependence. I get that, but the thing is, we need to figure out a way that that's going to keep it going. Mm-hmm. And as far as them stealing the power back, I don't know about you, but remember when they had that big thing about buying solar panels for your house and you're making electricity and the power company is going to buy it back from you? Did you remember those commercials?
Absolutely.
Back in the day.
I still see those ads. I mean, I guess, like social media, Facebook and whatnot, trying to advertise You could get these solar panels put on your home for free and actually make money off of them. I don't know. Heatwave put those solar panels on his place. I'll ask him next time we talk if he's making any money selling juice back to the power company.
Yeah. They've been going up and down the streets of our city in Deltona for months trying to get everybody to do that. And the thing about that technology is it's so expensive. The initial cost, I mean, not the average person can just go out and spend about $10,000 on solar panels.
Yep.
I mean, that's just, we can't do that, not today's economy, and when you see all the stuff going on. And by the way, Steve, what's the president doing over there in Japan? Is he trying to start some stuff or what with Taiwan or what's the deal with that, Steve? I heard a little bit about that. Did he say something that was not right or something over there?
The question was asked, the question was asked of him. You've made it clear that you do not want to get involved militarily with U.S. forces in Ukraine. Would you have the same stance? If China were to invade Taiwan, would you militarily get involved? And he said, yes, that's our commitment. And then the administration, they immediately kind of, they walked back that statement saying, no, we're not guaranteed that we're militarily going to get involved with our forces, but we will support and arm and assist Taiwan in fighting the battle. So, so Biden he made it sound like, yeah, absolutely, we'd get involved militarily.
Now, if our former president made a statement like that, he'd back it up now, wouldn't he? Wouldn't he, Steve? If you're gonna get out there, go ahead, Steve.
I was going to say most likely. I mean, I think Trump is I think he would be more akin to be on the bandwagon that, we're actually going to probably join in to helping fight China if they try to take Taiwan.
Yeah, and I mean, it sounds like we're in the same situation as Ukraine. It's like we're standing back because we don't want to get involved, and I get that. We understand that. Mm-hmm. But I got a feeling that one way or another, and we've seen this in World War II with Japan, Germany got Japan drawn in with us, and we draw us in, okay, and more intensely. I got a feeling it's going to be that way with us eventually. You know what I mean? It's like you're either on one side of the fence or you're on the other side.
Yep.
There's nothing in the middle, and they're trying to ride the top of the rail, and it just ain't working. And I got a feeling, Steve, I don't know, maybe it's just my intuition. I think we're going to get drawn in on this mess with Russia and China and all of it. It's going to turn out pretty ugly. But hopefully, I hope to God it isn't. But it is. I mean, I think I sent you some videos of some of the weaponry that Russia's working on. That's, they're doing a lot of remote testing right now on remote drones that will have guns on them that will take out folks. They got remote tanks that will be in front of the armor, in front of people when the infantry's and whatnot. Now, have they used them yet? I don't think so, but they're working on a lot of technology, not to mention all the hypersonic technology. And, Russia, Steve, has they're working on EMP technology, too. I sent you a video. I don't know if you've seen that or not.
I got the link, and then when I clicked on the link, it said this video is no longer available. So I didn't get to see that. I was curious about that. It said something about non-lethal, EMP.
Yeah, Russia and China and the United States, we're up in there too, is we're running technology. We're getting technology for EMPs. And with EMP, I mean, it's an electronic magnetic pulse, and what it does is it takes out all your infrastructure as far as your electronic stuff. So all these fancy Teslas, and even in our cars today, we take our cars out. It take out 90% or more of anything around you that's electronic. And it's just a wave. It's the same thing that's created during a nuclear blast. When a nuclear bomb goes off, it has an EMP that goes through right after it goes off. Mm-hmm. And the EMP is the same thing. Well, they figured out that technology, That's some scary stuff. I mean, even I think Pappy has mentioned about EMPs. It's not something to be playing with. Especially now, everything in this world is dependent on a computer, and this EMP would take out a computer, anything computer. So I bet you 9 months to Sunday, the only person that would be surviving with a car would be Big Moose, because he'd have that old Cadillac with those points in there.
Yep.
He wouldn't have no carburetor. He wouldn't have no fuel injection or nothing that's controlled electronically. You've got that car with the points and the distributor, the old school stuff. That's what would be hanging on. But it is what it is. But it's back in the day, it was like, oh my God, is this technology going to be there ever? It's here now. I mean, it's here. So that's all I got to say today, Steve. Thanks for having me, and you have a good one.
All right, Philip, thank you. And I'm looking here as far as U.S. forces. I did see yesterday, I had to go back and double check. There was a headline referring to we know that the United States has reopened the embassy in Ukraine. So we have a U.S. embassy there. And I guess the question is, well, how are we going to protect the embassy? And apparently there are discussions about maybe sending U.S. special forces into Kyiv, the capital of Ukraine there, where the U.S. embassy has reopened once again. The Pentagon confirming there have been early discussions on sending special forces to Kyiv to help secure the newly reopened U.S. embassy. They did not say it's imminent, but the Pentagon's top officials did confirm the discussions after it was first reported by the Wall Street Journal. Some of the things that may have been out there in the media, those are planning efforts that are underway at a relatively low level, according to General Milley. Sending special forces into Ukraine may be a test. It's going to be a testing the balance between making sure U.S. officials are protected and appearing to escalate tensions, though, with Russia. Any reintroduction of U.S. forces into Ukraine would require a presidential decision, according to Milley. So we're a ways away from anything like that. But according to the report, the Kyiv embassy security comes from the State Department's Diplomatic Security Service, but special forces have been used before in limited roles. Some forces helped guard diplomats when the embassy was closed, and some staff returned to Kyiv for a ceremony to mark Victory Day earlier this month in Kyiv. But the U.S. embassy did officially reopen Wednesday after a 3-month closure. A small number of diplomatic staff watched as the U.S. flag was raised outside the diplomatic mission. U.S. Marines guard American embassies around the globe, but sending special forces to augment State Department security may be kind of at odds with the president's repeated promises not to send U.S. military personnel into Ukraine, at least at this point in time. So I'm thinking Putin would probably I don't think he would have a positive view on special forces being used, because they could say this is just to protect the U.S. embassy, but Putin could easily say, well, no, that's not necessarily true. You've got U.S. special forces coming in to augment and help support the Ukrainian military. That's a fine line. With that, though, we return into plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigregmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Well, I'm actually old enough to remember when it was launched. 1977. I was a teenager at the time, 13 years old. That's when NASA launched the Voyager 1. Remember that? The space probe. So here we are, nearly 45 years later. Much to the astonishment of astronomers around the world, Voyager 1 is still humming along as it travels well far past Pluto. Matter of fact, Voyager 1 has traveled so far that it has left the bounds of our solar system. But they tell us now it's given off strange readings that scientists are struggling to understand. The mystery likely has something to do with the fact that Voyager 1 is the farthest artificial object in space, at a distance of 14.5 billion miles away from Earth. Voyager 1 passed through what they call the heliopause 10 years ago. That the heliopause is the barrier separating the sun's solar winds from the interstellar medium, or all the matter and radiation that exists in the space in between various solar systems in the galaxy. That means Voyager 1 is literally in what they call the interstellar void of the Milky Way. Perhaps that has something to do with why it is sending back signals that can be, at best, described as strange. NASA says the Explorer is operating normally, receiving and executing commands from Earth, along with gathering and returning science data, but readouts from the probe's Attitude, Articulation, and Control System, the AACS, don't reflect what's actually happening on board. More specifically, NASA explained the AACS keeps the spacecraft's antenna pointed at the Earth so that it transmits data back to the planet. On the surface, the AACS appears to keep working, but all of the telemetry data that it is sending back is invalid, such as appearing to be randomly generated or physically impossible, which raises some questions. A mystery like this would be par for the course at this stage of the Voyager mission, according to the Jet Propulsion Laboratory. The spacecraft, Voyager 1 and 2, are both almost 45 years old, which is way beyond what the mission planners ever anticipated. But the fact is we're in interstellar space, a high radiation environment that no spacecraft has ever flown in before. So we've got big challenges for the engineering team, but I think if there's a way to solve this with the AACS, the team will find it. Now, there is no quick fix. A signal from Earth to the Voyager takes 20 hours and 33 minutes to reach the probe. And then whatever information it tries to send back takes another 20 hours and 33 minutes, which is, that it's pretty bizarre, huh? The hope is Voyager 1 will continue to be able to transmit data as far into the future as maybe the year 2025, after which point the radioisotope thermoelectric generators will no longer be able to summon enough energy to keep the equipment operative. But as far away as it is now, it's pretty darn impressive that it's even able to generate power now. Okay, let's get a news break here. Gilligan got you coming up next, and plenty of room for you, after which line's wide open at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
Defense leaders from across the world have agreed to send more advanced weapons to Ukraine. American Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin said 20 countries announced new security assistance packages for the besieged country.
I'm especially grateful to Denmark, which announced today that it will provide a Harpoon launcher and missiles to help Ukraine defend its coast. I'd also like to thank the Czech Republic for its substantial support, including a recent donation of attack helicopters, tanks, and rocket systems.
Austin said during the virtual meeting that Ukraine officials have made their security needs clear, adding it's consistent with what has been identified in recent weeks. Stocks closed higher Monday after 7 weeks of losses. The Dow rose 2%. The Nasdaq climbed more than 1.5%. The S&P 500 gained close to 2%. This is USA Radio News.
Do your pets have the same energy they used to? Do they have problems with itching, scratching, a dull coat, or goopy ears? Then your pets need Dinovite.
DINOVITE.com.
For over 20 years, pet owners have trusted Dinovite to supplement their pet's diet.
We started Dinovite, and in our first box, we noticed a difference.
Dinovite is an all-natural daily supplement made from whole foods that help support your pet's immune system, digestion, skin, and coat.
Within 3 weeks, he's not scratching and itching, and he's an all-around happier dog.
Today's commercial pet foods are processed at high temperatures, which bakes out all the essential goodness. These processed foods can lack the essential vitamins, enzymes, and probiotics that contribute to overall good health. Adding a scoop of Dinovite to your pet's food bowl is the answer.
If you love your pets as much as I do, you want to do what's best for them to live long, healthy, happy lives.
I have 2 cats and 2 dogs. All 4 of them are on the Dinovite.
You won't believe how happy your dog will be.
DINOVITE.com.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute, Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
You went car shopping, you meant business. You ace vehicle history searches and test drives. You out-salesmaned the salesman. Now you've got your wheels. If you manage that, you can get your retirement plan on track. Visiting aceyourretirement.org can help. With 401k tips and smart savings strategies, you'll have the info you need to get more for your future. Go to aceyourretirement.org, because when it comes to speeding past financial challenges, you're an ace. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, back at it here. Who was it that called earlier about with the advice for the pool pump thing? No Handle Dave sends me a follow-up. He said, hey, Steve, I want to thank the caller about the pool pump. I'll give that a try this afternoon, see what happens, and I'll report back for tomorrow night's show. I got nothing to lose, but I do have a couple hundred to save, if you know what I mean, if that works out. You know, it seems like several years ago, with that old pump, I had a similar experience. I'm thinking back, there was a year when I took it out of the garage and hooked it up in the spring. First plugged it in, it didn't come on. I'm like, uh-oh. Yeah, I think I wasn't aware of the flathead screwdriver thing. I think I got a pair of alligator pliers and just kind of grabbed the shaft where I could get a hold of it and gave it a little turn, and sure enough, it kicked in. So that might just work. No Handle Dave, I hope that works for you. See, you might just save a few $100. by listening to the overnight drive. I hope that. Morning, Gilligan. What's happening?
Oh, not much. Driving in the rain, eating freezing cups.
Yeah, still raining,
Hey,
huh?
you know how you can... Yeah, I'm here in Roanoke. It's not raining hard. It's a little bit of a drizzle. Hey, you know how you can fix all these pool problems, don't you? You know what it... Go find you a nice clean river to go jump in and fix... You ain't got to worry about your home. That's what we do.
Then you got to worry about snapping turtles and snakes, and what is that? The flesh eating bacteria and all kinds of stuff.
Well, sounds like interesting. I think you have just about as much trouble with bacteria in the city pool too. And I've never been a big pool person. Hey, did I hear right when you guys wife tested positive or negative?
Take
I want to make sure I got that right.
Positive for what he referred to as what they said low level leukemia, which will require no treatment right now. That I guess as things stand, he explained that she would outlive it before it would get her, if that makes sense, I guess.
Yes, it does, because there's a lady I go to church with that we'll be praying for those. And we got the prayers will be out the door. I'm going to probably ruffle some feathers here. Big Moose, I wish you wouldn't hold back so much on Big Move on Mike Pence. I mean, man, why don't you just let us know how you really
feel, yeah.
I mean, he just held back all he could, yeah. But, Big Moose, you're totally wrong. There is slavery in America. Unfortunately, those that are slaves don't realize it. I mean, look at all these people that are slaves to the government. I know he's seen them. He's seen it. You go to one of these inner cities and look around, these people are on these government programs, and they think that that's all they can do. That's all they'll ever be able to do. You know, they're living under the government's thumb. That's what modern day slavery is. I've said for years, the only difference between the Democrats of the day and the Democrats in the 1850s is how they oppress them. That's, they convince them they can never do any better, and they keep them in poverty in the ghetto. I mean, it's a crying shame. I'm told through very intelligent people. I mean, people that are well educated and say they're looking at things in an open perspective, but they are still so narrow-minded they don't look at the whole facts. It's so sad, but yes, unfortunately, Moose, there is modern-day slavery, but it's because they choose to be slaves. You know, he was talking about that space probe. That probe has amazed me. It goes way out there. They say how far it was, like in light minutes. He said, 20 billion miles or something like that?
14.5 billion miles away, with a B, billion.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Isn't that amazing? You get that far out. You get out there in Pluto and stuff. A lot of people don't realize this, but the temperature gets to absolute zero. I can't remember the exact number. It's like 400 and some degrees below zero Fahrenheit. There comes a point where you can only get so far. It's amazing that these batteries and stuff, this space probe has been able to function in those kind of conditions.
Yeah.
Conditions like we can't even imagine. You're talking about the electric cars and that. I don't understand why people can't see this. These radio waves, they're totally out of touch with reality. They saw the froze up windmills down there in Texas during can't understand why people just can't open their eyes and look at the whole picture. And I know most of your listeners out there are the same way I am. It just gets so frustrating. Well, thank you, Steve, for taking my call, and I hope everybody has a safe night.
Gilligan, thanks for checking in. You do the same. Have a safe night. Enjoy those Reese cups playing in the rain. There was one other tidbit. Speaking of the Voyager probe, that is the one. The Voyager probe is the one that contained the famous golden record. It's actually 2 phonograph records, gold records, that have encoded on them Earth's culture, that preserves Earth's culture in the event that any extraterrestrial beings might just stumble across them and be able to comprehend it. The gold-plated disc include everything from nature sounds to music by Amadeus, Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart, that would be, and Chuck Berry. Chuck Berry's on there as well. And they say the Voyager 1 probe is now so deep into space that astronomers can literally hear the hum that our solar system produces as the spacecraft travels outside of it. They explain it's a very faint monotone because it's in a very narrow frequency bandwidth. We're detecting the faint, persistent hum of interstellar gas. The interstellar medium is like a quiet or gentle rain. In the event of a solar outburst, it's kind of like detecting a lightning burst in a thunderstorm, and then it goes back to a gentle rain. Yeah, that's all above my pay grade. That's all I know. It's 844-844-3388. And let me jump over Moose back twice in one night. Uh-oh. Is it still high noon?
Yeah, high noon 30 now, buddy. Now, let me get this straight. I appreciate the sentiment that government oppresses people, and all of that stuff. But to compare somebody living on government aid to slavery as it is defined by Merriam-Webster is the most asinine, Grobian statement I've ever heard uttered through human lips. Those people who are quote-unquote oppressed, getting them government checks and thinking they can't do nothing else, are they denied basic human rights? Is there a title that someone owns with their name on it? Are they traded and herded like livestock? So, I can appreciate all of this modern day euphemisms about oppression and how oppression is the same as slavery. It's not. Ain't nobody went anywhere and bought 50 people from Chicago, shipped them down to Atlanta or wherever, and sold them for cash money. Have you been aware of that happening lately?
No, I can't say that I have. No.
Yeah, well, that's what used to happen. That's what slavery is. And, here's the thing. When you muddle a word so bad, that's the whole problem. That is the reason we're in the shape we're in today. People want to muddle and mute the definition, take the true core meaning of a word and throw it away. And I tell you one word that has been really muted and muddled lately is the word friend. Acquaintance is the proper term 99.9957% of the cases. Okay? Oh, well, we're friends. You don't know them from Adam. But, oh, yeah, we're friends. No, we're acquainted. You see what I'm saying? And that's what he's trying to do with the word slavery there. Oppression and slavery are two different animals. And here's a little history lesson for you. Robert E. Lee never owned a slave. Ulysses S. Grant did. Ulysses S. Grant owned slaves. And you know what he did? He started burying people in Robert E. Lee's home place, so after the war, he wouldn't have a place to go back to. You ever hear of Arlington National Cemetery?
Yes, sir.
That was Robert E. Lee's home. That was Robert E. Lee's home, a home that he could never go back to. You know, but, you know, people want to bastardize and contort the facts to suit their prerogative. That's fine, but it don't work with me because I have the ability to read, and I've done quite a bit of it in my life. You know, so you want to try that bleeding heart crap, try it somewhere else, because I'm not buying here. So with that, adios.
Thank you much. Take two from the Big Moose here on a Tuesday. There you go. I get the comparison there. Hey, taking a look out west, for weeks, the Southwest has been gripped by extreme drought, rapidly spreading wildfires, and surges of heat. Forecasters say this trend's going to continue across the Southwest. The fire season already off to an active start. Of course, earlier this month, as we know, destructive wildfires from Texas to Arizona, some of which are still active. The Hermit's Peak fire in New Mexico, which actually started when crews lost control of a prescribed burn, is now only 40% contained as of yesterday. 310,000 acres burned. Further south in the state, the Black Fire, 8% contained. Over 130,000 acres burned at the start of the week. Active fires also continue in Arizona. The Tunnel Fire north of Flagstaff has burned nearly 10,000 acres. That one's 98% contained, though. Just about under control. All right, as high temperatures take hold in the Southwest, a disturbance sliding through the Rockies into the plains is going to bring an uptick in the winds across the Southwest. That'll provide conditions favorable for the spread of wildfires. Now, while this disturbance may bring some flooding rain to the areas further east, little to no rain is actually going to be seen in the Southwest, a familiar pattern that continues to build. Got a system that's going to swing through the Rockies and then shift into the plains today, which will bring some steady winds to the Southwest. Tuesday into Wednesday, you get the combination of the winds, the very low humidity. That is the dangerous fire weather setup. The gusty winds and fire risk continues through at least Wednesday. Before the winds finally begin to subside, gusts as high as 50 miles per hour will be possible today and Wednesday, especially in higher elevations and in the mountain passes. Meanwhile, winds in California, relatively light for the first half of the week. That should keep the wildfire risk at bay there. But the temperatures, record challenging temperatures, begin in California, the San Joaquin Valley today. In Sacramento, the forecast high could reach the daily record of 98 degrees. Highs in the middle to upper 90s will also spread into the Central Valley and parts of Southern California today. Record highs generally not threatened there, according to forecasters. Mercury continues to climb on into Wednesday when the heat wave is expected to peak. Sacramento could once again break the daily record Wednesday, approaching the record of 100 degrees. All right, in Nevada, while the heat may not set records, it's still going to be warm. Wednesday, 90 degrees forecast for Reno. In Las Vegas, a high of 101. Thursday would also be well above average. And with that, we'll get a quick chime out. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Honorary Forest Ranger Betty White here, lending a hand to my dear friend Smokey Bear. Because for years, he's only said,
only you can prevent wildfires.
But there's a lot more to say. Like if you park your car on tall, dry grass, the hot exhaust pipe can start a wildfire. So keep the animals safe, especially the cute shirtless one. Go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All righty. Icebreaker was on hold. I guess he had to go. Lost his cell, one of the two. So we've got clear lines here on a Tuesday morning. 844-844-3388. That's our number. If you weren't with us for the Monday morning program, which many don't get back out on the road till Monday gets underway. And maybe your first time joining us this week, we touched on the People's Convoy, which kind of surprisingly came to an end last Friday. The People's Convoy declared victory in an announcement made on the group's Facebook page on Friday afternoon. This is about 2:30 in the afternoon as they began to depart Hagerstown Speedway in Maryland. On May 17, 2022, after 84 continuous days in 26 states, the People's Convoy arrived at its final destination, Hagerstown Speedway, Hagerstown, Maryland. As of 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time today, May 20, the People's Convoy declares victory and announces its conclusion of the national convoy portion of this great movement, said the Post. Now, following the official disbanding of the convoy, there was 100 or so participants that remained in an unofficial capacity. That's when things got ugly. Fights and arguments began to break out among the now leaderless group. According to the Hagerstown Speedway general manager, I want one convoy, one leader, and one person that I have to deal with. I don't want to deal with a dozen different people. I don't have time for that. I'm not a babysitter. I didn't sign up for that. So when they got to acting like a bunch of kids, it was time for them to go home. Just like with an unruly child, you only put up with so many temper tantrums before you say enough. Put them in timeout, so that's what I did. And this is, coming from the Speedway official. The remaining participants ultimately left the Speedway peacefully by 10 o'clock in the evening on Friday. The People's Convoy official website page went dark immediately after the disbandment. Yeah, I had the email from, High Pressure Pumping last evening, who kind of alluded that a number of the participants were very angry and they're alluding to possible, I don't know, fraud as far as they had been in D.C., of course. They went back to California and this trek back to Hagerstown where they were via the website and whatnot, begging for money. They had put out a plea for $15,000 so they could reserve the speedway there in Hagerstown for 30 days. And High Pressure Pumping said that they raised like $200,000 in a couple days with that plea. How much money was left? Who got all this money? So they're calling for a full investigation. Some are alluding that there may have been fraud taking place, that this was all some sort of a money scheme. I don't know. But they do tell us any convoy and protest activity from this time forward is done on an individual basis and is not representing the People's Convoy, according to the Facebook post. Any future events will be announced on our social media platforms and our soon-to-be published website, which will be thepeoplesconvoy.com versus what had been thepeoplesconvoy.org. The People's Convoy will remain active and will transition its focus on attending rallies and raising awareness at the state level. We encourage everyone to participate and become actively involved in the People's Convoy state groups, while leadership transitions national from a rolling convoy and focuses on growth within the movement. We want to thank all who supported, donated, and participated in the People's Convoy. It's been an 87 amazing days. I mean, the Speedway director guy said initially they were just to be here one day, one night. And then it just turned into like, when your mother-in-law comes into town and visits and decides to stay. Yeah, but they were there day after day after day. And so some say things apparently did get kind of ugly. Fights broke out. Police had to be called to the Speedway, I guess, after the initial announcement that the convoy's over. So if I learn more, I will pass it your way. Hey, our final hour is ahead. We've got a full hour to go, and we've got wide open lines. Clear lines at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Sommers. It's the Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
Dozens of the world's defense leaders have agreed to send more advanced weapons to Ukraine. U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin said 20 countries announced new security assistance packages for the besieged country.
I'm especially grateful to Denmark, which announced today that it will provide a Harpoon launcher and missiles to help Ukraine defend its coast. I'd also like to thank the Czech Republic for its substantial support, including a recent donation of attack helicopters, tanks, and rocket systems.
Austin added that Italy, Greece, Norway, and Poland announced new donations of artillery systems and ammunition. President Biden, on his first Asian trip as president, made one of the most forceful presidential statements in support of Taiwanese self-governance. The White House walked that comment back, and officials said the president was not outlining a change in U.S. policy towards Taiwan. This is USA Radio News.
Wendy Bell here for my friends at Swiss America. Did you know the U.S. Constitution authorizes only two forms of legitimate money, gold and silver? That's right. But our government abandoned gold and silver a half century ago. Meanwhile, gold and silver prices have rocketed in recent years due to growing economic uncertainty. So, to help my listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer today. Silver Walking Liberty $50 at the amazingly low price of $12.50 each, delivered. You heard me right, $12.50. Call now to reserve your silver coins at 800-630-4800. $800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490. Silver Walking Liberty half dollars for just $12.50 each, delivered while supplies last. Put a silver lining in your financial portfolio now by calling 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490.
One of the country's largest banks is going to pay its employees more. USA Radio's Tim Berg reports.
Bank of America is raising its hourly minimum wage for employees to $22 an hour. This brings the banking giant one step closer to its pledge of paying workers in the United States $25 an hour by 2025. BOA's Chief Human Resources Officer saying these raises and benefits are meant to attract and retain the best talent. The hourly wage increase comes as inflation in the United States hits a 40-year high. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
After 7 weeks of losses, stocks closed higher on Monday. The Dow gained 618 points, that's 2%. The Nasdaq climbed 181 points, that's more than 1.5%. The S&P 500 rose 72, that's close to a 2% rise. You are listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne on the Route. If you like my radio show, you're going to love my podcast, War Raw. Each podcast, I present my top 10 most outrageous, salacious, and controversial stories of the week. I break down the best of the best raw truth stories for conservatives, libertarians, patriots, taxpayers, Trumpers, and deplorables. Anyone who appreciates God, guns, gold, and tax cuts will stand up and cheer for War Raw. Check out this week's War Raw podcast right now. It's available to download in iTunes, Spotify, iHeart, or wherever you listen to podcasts. War Raw. War Raw.
Dueling rallies in Georgia ahead of Tuesday's Republican primary for governor. Former Vice President Mike Pence rallied for incumbent Governor Brian Kemp, urging voters to send a deafening message at the polls that the GOP is the party of the future. Pence avoided any references to his old boss, former President Donald Trump, who for his part was holding a virtual rally in support of Kemp's opponent, former Senator David Perdue. Another American brand is leaving Russia.
After 15 years operating in Russia, Starbucks will exit the market completely. Companies like McDonald's, ExxonMobil, and British American Tobacco have already given up on the country. The coffee powerhouse announced Monday it will sell off its 130 licensed locations in Russia. Starbucks also said it will pay its nearly 2,000 Russian workers for 6 months and help them transition to new opportunities. From the West Coast, USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
An independent report is outlining the mishandling of sex abuse allegations within the Southern Baptist Convention. Anne Marie Miller was 16 when she was abused by a youth pastor 3 decades ago. Her abuser finally seeing justice in 2018. She gave her reaction to the report to the PBS NewsHour.
This is objective documentation. It's not made up.
The Guidepost report says survivors of abuse by clergy repeatedly shared allegations with the executive committee of the denomination, only to be met with resistance, stonewalling, and outright hostility from the committee time and time again. For USA Radio News, I'm Kenneth Burns.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Gotta go back for that final round. One more time around, which means in less than an hour from now, go to 5 a.m. Eastern Time. Just as we wrap up the overnight drive this morning, stick around via TNCRadio.live. Tune in for the latest episode of Building Strong Minds. Dr. Christopher Corkman This time, Dr. Corbin and Tom Kelly discuss how gratitude is an important part of a strong mind and a healthy life, followed by our friends from TFC Global. They're going to be interviewing the founders of Texas Port Ministries and their outreach to those who work in and around one of the busiest ports in America. All via tncradio.live. And again, clear lines at 844-844-3388. I suppose we've got to touch on speed limiters. That's been the big topic of discussion surrounding trucking in recent days. I've not seen any official word, anything from the FMCSA, any response to either OOIDA's or the ATA's request for an extension of the comment period. OOIDA asked for an additional 60 days. ATA, I believe, asked for an additional 30 days. But a lot of drivers voicing their opposition. And some pointing out that the mandate, their opposition, I guess I should say, to the mandate is not about cruising down the highway at 80 miles per hour. Rather, they say it's about possessing the ability to accelerate, which in many cases occurs to avoid a crash. All right, of course, a speed has not been determined. Previous proposals had floated the possibility of 60, 65, or 68 miles per hour, considering that speed limits are as high as 80 or even 85 miles per hour. In parts of the country, this mandate would force trucks to be as much as 25 to 30 miles per hour slower than the flow of traffic. As of this past day, the FMCSA has received nearly 12,000 comments on the proposal. And looking over a sampling of the comments points to an overwhelming majority opposed to the mandate. Hundreds of those comments contend that truck drivers often need to accelerate to avert a potential crash. Sometimes you speed up to avoid an accident, says one post, Duke Amari. Putting speed limiters will lead to many unnecessary accidents that could have been avoided, he writes. And he's not alone. Jeffrey Crow says, I have 7 years on the road and more times than not have had to accelerate to avoid a crash or had a car road raging toward me because I wasn't doing over 70 miles per hour. Many of the drivers argue that if they're the ones held responsible when there's a crash, then they should have control of their truck. And true, drivers are ultimately responsible for operation of the vehicle and need to have independent discretion to safely maneuver the vehicle in varying terrain and traffic. Ivan Vornin writes, for example, the speed limiters on manual transmission trucks control the engine speed without regard to the current selected gear. Now, this could prove to be unsafe for drivers on the Dalton Highway in Alaska, for instance, where some of the gradients require being able to use the high engine speeds in order to have enough of the peak torque band of the engine in reserve to ascend the steep grades with heavy loads safely and without a disruption in applied torque. Other truck drivers note that trucks are not at fault in a majority of fatal crashes, which that is true time and time again. I've been saying that for decades. According to the 2019 statistics from the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, 90.6% of truck drivers involved in fatal crashes did not receive a moving violation. Even more, 67.1% of the truck drivers in these crashes had no driver-related factors such as speeding, fatigue, failure to yield, or distracted driving. Meanwhile, only 40% of passenger vehicle drivers in these crashes had no driver-related factors cited to them. Controlling our speed would be grossly dangerous to professional drivers and the general public. Kelly Patterson says the problem with accidents on speed-limited roads of 70 plus is not those of us who've made a career out of driving, but the people that are late to work. The teenager with a new license, the 20-year-old kid with a new car, the angry white-collar professional having an argument with someone via Bluetooth-enabled car stereo. Inattention is what kills when mixed with speed. I suggest enforcing stricter mobile device laws. Work with social media providers to disable apps when the vehicle is in motion. I spent 2 years as a safety specialist for a mega carrier, and I can assure you the most tragic mistakes and horrific accidents were caused by distraction, not speed. Just some of the comments via the FMCSA website. Hey, there you go. Again, the loneliest hour in radio. Clear lines at 844-3388. Here this Tuesday morning, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Oh, sounds like poor Big Ed was having a bad day yesterday. He said, never fails. I get the dumbass cashier and a line of dumbass customers. I'm beginning to think self-checkout is the way to go. So what happened, Ed? He says, all right, okay, there's 2 lanes open. The one I got into had one basket in front of me, plumb full. 2 young Mexican ladies, 1 old Mexican grandpa, 1 Mexican baby, 1 little Mexican girl screaming like she needed a good smack on the ass. The other lane had 2 baskets and 2 people. Well, it turns out that line went through quick, and my line slows to a crawl. The other line cashier services now 10 different baskets, while on my side, cashier had to ring up each person's groceries. After she rang it all up, but no, the Mexican wanted them rung up separate, so cashier had to bring a manager over to cancel the sale, and we go through it all again. That's when the damn Mexican grandpa paid for all of it. You talk about going cross-eyed. What did I just witness here? No, we want them rung up separately. Oh, okay, so we ring it all up separate. Grandpa pays for all of it. Gotta love it. Of course, then, Tyler, you make a good point. You said, well, if self-checkout's the way to go, then that line will have a dumbass cashier and a dumbass customer at the same time. Big Ed. Hope you had a better day once it was all said and done. Our number, 844-844-3388 to this Tuesday morning. Scrapyard checking in. What's happening?
Oh, nothing good in the hood there, brother man. Oh, out here in Arkansas, I don't know if I guess that's that dust storm from over in the Sahara. I guess the Gulf picked it up and recirculated it down our way. We got a greasy, muddy rain out here. I've done went through a whole dead-gum jug of washer fluid. I put it in before I started my run, and I've already burned it up, and I haven't even completed my run yet. Out here, you can't keep your windshield clean for nothing out here.
Huh, interesting.
Yeah, everything's got a reddish tinge to it. Other drivers hollering on the CB radio trying to figure out what the hell's going on. And figure it's that old red fine flower dust.
Yeah, I hadn't seen it. I mean, 'cause, last week they were talking about the dust plume possibly reaching some of the south central U.S. over the weekend. I'll have to do a quick check, see if I can find if that's Saharan dust that made it in, or I don't know. Could it be some of the storms?
Yeah, they said it had made it. Jesse at BP Earthwatch on YouTube, he's put up a big map and said it was all over Florida, and it was starting to circulate around down in the Gulf. I guess it got whipped around. We got a fine mist and rain that's not even showing on radar down here. And like I said, you cannot keep your glass clean for nothing in this mess.
Interesting. Okay.
Mercy sakes. And I got hit for federal jury duty.
Federal jury duty. Uh-oh.
Yeah, I did that years ago, and now they done hit me again, and I'm just going to have to show up and tell them, hey, this ain't going to work, hoss. And all that, with all the irons I got in the fire just trying to live and all that, I don't have enough coal to keep it all going, and I'll have to take off work for $50 a day.
Yeah,
no.
they ask for what's your reasoning, and I don't know if you try to tell them that financially you take too big of a hit, is that an acceptable excuse or no?
Well, I believe so, because they're only wanting to pay $50 a day plus 58 cents a mile on your commute.
Yeah.
And if you live 80 miles or more out, then they'll put you up in a hotel. But being a federal case, hell, who knows how long it drag on?
Yeah, you never know what case you might get. It might be some big national headline case. How would you like to be sitting on a jury for that damn Johnny Depp trial? That's been going on for 3 or 4 weeks now. It's nuts.
Yeah, talk about wanting to pull your hair out, and then Amber, I think, realized that she really screwed up. And really screwed up on some of the things she said, not because the jurors were even looking at one another.
Yeah, I haven't.
And her own defense analyst basically threw her under the bus.
Wow, I hadn't paid a whole lot of attention to it. All I know is, as I'm scrolling through Facebook and whatnot, you see each day they'll have a little highlight or something from the past day, and from what I've seen, it's been some crazy proceedings going on there. I guess Johnny's supposed to actually take the stand today or this week or something.
I'm not absolutely sure on that case and all that. And a fellow radio broadcaster, we lost a local legend, Bob Robbins, Country Music Broadcasters Association. Lost him the other day due to a heart attack.
All right.
He's been in the business, I think, close to 50 years.
Wow. So, was he well known in Arkansas? Was it or?
Oh yeah, Arkansas, Mississippi, Texas. He even been on the CMAs multiple times on stage at the Grand Ole Opry.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, he was pretty well known down here in the South.
All right. Well, hey, thanks for checking in this morning. Scrapyard, it's been a while since we heard from you. Don't be a stranger. As we head toward news break, bottom of the hour. And again, we got clear lines at 844-3380. The latest I could find on the Saharan dust. Are you noticing hazy skies in Florida? That could be the dust carried from Africa's Sahara Desert. From the Palm Beach Post yesterday, this movement of dry air filled with Saharan dust, it happens every year, oftentimes, though, reaching all the way to the United States before the hurricane season. Last year, those dust clouds were predicted to be seen in Florida by mid-June. Now, along with air pollution, other possible hazards, eye, ear, nose, throat irritation. They had, the Monday dust forecast from NASA and the Global Modeling Office using computer models, kind of assimilate what they're looking at. And I see the dust plume that, stretching all the way from Africa across the Atlantic into the Caribbean, the Gulf of Mexico, then up into kind of stretching across the Florida Panhandle, southern Georgia, maybe even reaching all the way up into the Carolinas. I'm not seeing anything on this model reaching all the way up into Arkansas. I'm thinking maybe it's some of those storms further to the west with that west to east movement of these storms. We've seen some of these stronger storms in recent days that might be kicking up some of that dust from, maybe as far west as New Mexico and whatnot, just bringing it over your way, possibly. All right, Entergy Corporation. This is the story out of Michigan. It's the headline says, in yet another blow to Biden's climate goals, Entergy shuts a nuclear power plant. Entergy announcing on Friday they have permanently shut the nuclear power station in Michigan, despite the Biden administration plan to rescue plants like it because they generate electricity virtually free of carbon emissions. Entergy closed the 800-megawatt Palisades plant in Michigan that has been operating for more than 50 years. According to the operators, after careful monitoring, we've made the conservative decision to shut down the plant early due to the performance of a control rod drive seal. Now, it was slated to shut at the end of the month anyway, like next Monday, Tuesday, but I guess there were efforts underway to maybe save the plant to keep it running. The White House National Climate Advisor said that existing nuclear power plants are going to be needed to meet the administration's goals of slashing greenhouse gas emissions. Last month, they launched a $6 billion program to help save nuclear plants that are suffering rising security costs and stiff competition from other electricity generation sources, including natural gas and renewable energy. The first phase of the civil nuclear credit program was meant to keep that particular facility, the Palisades in Michigan, and California's Diablo Canyon plant, owned by PG&E, from shutting down. It's not clear whether Diablo Canyon will or will not be saved by the program. The plan, which actually had funding generated from last year's infrastructure bill, could help save other nuclear plants instead. Now, with that closure in Michigan, the United States will now have 92 nuclear reactors, more than any other country. But nuclear power capacity actually peaked in this country more than 10 years ago. Backers of the Palisades plant, which employed 600 workers, had been hoping another utility might buy it up to save it from closing. But Entergy said, hey, we got no request, we got no proposals to buy Palisades, so it is officially shut down. So, again, that's 800 megawatts less power available to your grid there in Michigan. Yeah, that same grid that, sometime last week, Michigan has been advising their residents as the summer heating season approaches, there's a good chance we're going to be looking at rolling blackouts. We're not going to have the juice to supply all the needs this summer. We'll return. Let's get our news break here. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
Dozens of the world's defense leaders have agreed to send more advanced weapons to Ukraine. U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin said 20 countries announced new security assistance packages for the besieged country.
I'm especially grateful to Denmark, which announced today that it will provide a Harpoon launcher and missiles to help Ukraine defend its coast. I'd also like to thank the Czech Republic for its substantial support, including a recent donation of attack helicopters, tanks, and rocket systems.
Austin added that Italy, Greece, Norway, and Poland announced new donations of artillery systems and ammunition. President Biden, on his first Asian trip as president, made one of the most forceful presidential statements in support of Taiwanese self-governance. The White House walked that comment back, and officials said the president was not outlining a change in U.S. policy towards Taiwan. This is USA Radio News.
An adult elephant can weigh up to 6 tons. The average person, 150 pounds. Ever heard of carfentanil? It's a large wild animal tranquilizer. Illegal drug dealers lace heroin with it. It can kill the average human. If you or a loved one is addicted to opiates, even pain pills, don't wait until it's too late. Call the Detox and Treatment Helpline now. We care. Many of us have been where you are. We'll take you or a loved one away from the drug environment to a place you can clean out safely. Plus, we'll work with your insurance company to make sure you get the treatment you need. And with a Family Medical Leave Act, you're allowed by law to get away for help without telling your employer why. Call now to save a life. 800-707-9709. 800-707-9709. That's 800-707-9709.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. The price of diesel is through the roof, so what could be worse? How about high prices and low fuel mileage? Well, there is a solution. Everyday Diesel Treatment by Hot Shot Secret. EDT is a concentrated 6-in-1 fuel additive and cetane improver that immediately adds fuel economy with the first fill-up. It's the best way to maximize every drop of diesel for a better bottom line. Everyday Diesel Treatment available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA Petro Truck Stops. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pure Flow Air Dog.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You know, prior to the statement this past day where the president answered the reporter's question that the United States would get involved militarily if China invaded Taiwan, try to take it back militarily. Yeah, over the weekend there were actually some developments. When I saw that, man, this is probably not going to make China happy at all. But the announcement from the National Security Advisor, Jake Sullivan, on Sunday, as he was en route to Japan with the president at the time, said, the United States, is actually looking to deepen our economic partnership with Taiwan, including on high-tech issues. As the first trip to Japan since taking office, Biden participating in the summit of the Quad grouping of countries, meeting the leaders of Japan, India, and Australia. Issues of regional security way up on the agenda, things they're talking about. Now, he said, we do not want to see unilateral changes to the status quo. We certainly don't want to see military aggression. We do not want a message coming not just from us, but from a range of allies and partners, both in the region and beyond. but we are looking to deepen our economic partnership with Taiwan, including high technology issues, including things like semiconductors and supply chains. And then the president's statement, but hey, what might today hold? Who knows? Hey, Rooster checks in this morning. What's going on, Rooster?
Not much, Steve. How you been doing, man?
Hanging with him. How's your week starting off?
It seemed like I'm having another Monday on a Tuesday this morning.
Yeah, boy.
Anyway, we're running a little behind. Yeah, it'll be all right. It'll be all right. Just got to stay positive and look at the high side. But just wanted to chime in this morning. I've been out here listening to you every day. You know I am. I've had a lot of irons in the fire in the last few weeks trying to keep my head afloat with all this fuel and whatnot. And I don't know, man. I just one of my customers that I haul for called me over the weekend, and I'm sure there's probably some other guys out there that's experienced this. If not, then probably I don't wish no bad luck on nobody, but it probably, if his fuel keeps going like this, it's probably going to be in the same boat. But anyway, the customer I've had for about the last 5 years. He's a small guy, of course, kind of like me, and small outfit too.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I'm a company driver during the day. You know that, and then I do specialized hauling on my time. And he called me Saturday and was very reluctant to tell me that he was not going to be able to use my services no more because of what I was having to charge for my fuel surcharge, which I'm not trying to take advantage of nobody, but, these things don't run on air. And I hated losing. But I was talking to one of my brothers last night. We all kind of run this together, and I don't know. We're kind of sitting down. We're going to sit down at the table this weekend with our CPA, and we might just have to put things on timeout because a lot of our customers are just going to stop shipping what they're making or what they're needing us to move. And
so I don't know how much I don't know how much information you passed your way, but did he say that have they found someone else that's willing to haul the freight for a cheaper price? Did he?
No, I mean no. We've actually been over backwards for this guy. It's our older people too that we haul for.
Yeah,
and they're just coming to the point. They're just going to have to quit producing what we're moving for them right now, and I hate that because they've been around for a long time. But I like you've said many a night, my friend, this administration, as I've mentioned it before, and as well Moose and some of the other guys too, they chime in. We're in the third term of the Obama administration. He's over behind the curtain like ours and pulling all this, and this was his main thing from the get-go, was to cripple and destroy this country, and it's working. And it's not going to put me out of business. I got plenty of other guys that I got other venues that I take care of, but I was just giving you an example of some of the smaller people that just can't sustain what this administration is doing to this country.
All right, so I guess I misunderstood. I thought you were kind of alluding to the fact that he was not needing your services because they're going to find someone else to pull it for less, but they're saying that they just can't stay in business anymore because they can't afford to ship it.
That's it, Steve.
Wow.
That's it. No, it was nothing personal. Not that we was trying to take advantage of no one, nothing like that. It's just they just said they just can't handle it. Between what it takes for them to make what they do and trying to pay the transportation part of it, they just said, we give, uncle, basically. So I'm sure there's other companies
Oh
across
yeah,
this country that's going through the same thing.
this is what you're talking about is the tip of the iceberg. This is going to be this is the beginning, how it all begins, as more and more businesses will have to shutter their doors. Smaller businesses can't afford. They'll shut their business. Jobs will be lost. You're headed toward recession.
There it is. There it is. Well, Bo, I won't keep you. I hadn't talked to you in a little bit, and I figured I had a little minute there to get in there and holler at you this morning, but I'm still out here scratching. That's about all I can tell you. But,
all right.
Have a good morning. I'll try to holler at you before the week's up. Take care of yourself.
Thank you. Thanks for sharing that, Rooster. So, yep, that's Exhibit A. That's exactly the way it all begins. Speaking of the prices, I pulled up the latest from the Energy Information Administration, the latest prices, diesel prices. National average is now at $5.61 per gallon, a $2 per gallon increase since January 3rd. Although retail diesel prices have increased across the entire U.S., it's the Northeast that continues to see the highest jumps in price, and the Northeast are now among the highest prices in the country. On May 16, average retail diesel price was $6.43 in the New England region, $6.36 in the Central Atlantic region. That's an increase of 78% in New England, 68% in the Central Atlantic region since the start of the year. Prices in the Northeast are now nearly equal to California's average price, which is $6.47 per gallon. Global distillate inventories had been relatively low even before Russia's invasion of Ukraine. With the geopolitical climate and related economic sanctions disrupting Russia's exports, most of which were sent to Europe, European countries have drawn down their regional inventories and turned to other distillate suppliers. On the U.S. East Coast, diesel inventory draws and price increases have been especially high. Distillate stocks on the U.S. East Coast measured 22.5 million barrels on May 13th, or 47% lower than the previous 5 years for this time of year. Regional inventories, minus the East Coast, are a bit closer to the 5-year average for this time of year. They've got the charts and the graphs here from the Midwest, the West Coast, the Rocky Mountain region, just the East Coast, where you're seeing the graph, the trend down, down, down with each passing week. Now, because the East Coast consumes significantly more petroleum products than regional refineries produced, they receive supplies from the Gulf Coast, and they import petroleum products from other countries. The East Coast refining capacity decreased by approximately 100,000 barrels per day since the Philadelphia Energy Solutions refinery closed after an explosion in June of 19. Shipments of distillate through the pipelines from the Gulf Coast also fell because of lower refining capacity and lower refinery utilization along the Gulf Coast. Some of the numbers from the Energy Information Administration. All right. And there's no relief in sight. But your national average now at $5.61 for diesel, paying damn near $6.50 a gallon in the Northeast. And we'll return into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is now available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Travel Centers. Find out today why Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is becoming the fastest growing diesel treatment among over-the-road truckers. Better fuel economy, more power, less headaches. Stop into your nearest truck stop, grab a bottle of EDT, and feel the difference today. Everyday Diesel Treatment now available at TA and Petro Travel Centers, and learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yeah, whose fault is it? Whose fault is it? Is it Putin? No. Yeah, ask those inside the United States energy business, the energy industry. And they will all tell you it's Joe Biden. Here's an update from Center Square. As the Biden administration doubles down on their policies restricting domestic oil and gas production, promoting their green energy, Texas is ramping up production and actually hiring people to work in the industry. West Texas producers are expected to pump out a record amount of crude next month. And last month, Texas saw the highest monthly job growth in that industry, the oil industry, in nearly 11 years. Texas is the model of how to respond and lead during an energy crisis. One those in the industry argue was created by Joe Biden. From canceling federal land and offshore leasing permits to increased regulation and proposed taxes to depleting the strategic oil reserves to turning to foreign oil production, Biden has done everything to hamper and in many ways halt domestic oil production, according to those in the industry. Under the Trump administration, we, the United States, became the largest producer of crude in the world, led by Texas. Under the Biden administration, within months of implementing a range of restrictive policies, gas prices reached a 7-year high, inflation reached a 40-year high, and as of this past day, the average price of a gallon of gas is yet another record high, according to AAA. A month ago, the price was $4.12 a gallon. Yesterday, the national average $4.60 per gallon. A year ago, it was $3 a gallon. The price of diesel, of course, used by the truckers to transport our food and consumer goods, $5.55 national average as of Monday, up from $3.18 a year ago. Energy prices are in part responsible for 40-year high inflation. In some parts of the country, gas prices are double what they were before Joe Biden took office. And analysts say they're still going up. To offset rising prices and meet demand, the Texas oil and gas industry is beefing up production primarily in the Permian Basin. It's able to do so because the Railroad Commission of Texas, which regulates the oil and gas industry, has been increasingly issuing drilling permits. Last month, they issued 946 original drilling permits. 1,176 permits in March, 732 in April. So producers in the Permian Basin are expected to increase output by 88,000 barrels per day to what will be a record 5.219 million barrels per day in the month of June. With increased production comes increased jobs, as evidenced by the industry reporting the highest monthly job growth in the month of April in nearly 11 years. Approximately 5,200 upstream oil and natural gas jobs were added last month, bringing to a total of 190,400 employed, according to the Texas Workforce Commission data. Compared to the last April jobs in the industry were up 26,700. Despite continued policy setbacks and supply bottleneck challenges, oil and natural gas companies are trying to move forward to meet demand here at home and abroad. Now, since the low point in September of 2020, the Texas oil and gas industry has added 33,400 upstream jobs, kind of averaging out to 1,758 new jobs every month. The Texas Independent Producers and Royalty Owners Association points out that the industry is continuing to lead even while the president and Democrat-controlled Congress are intent on working against us. Again, last week, the House passed an energy bill along party lines authorizing the Federal Trade Commission to investigate energy companies for alleged price gouging. Only 4 Democrats joined Republicans to vote against that legislation. It's all the Democrats. Okay. And I look at the clock here with that. My apologies. I did not get back with Chevy Guy or Gilligan, but we've got to close it out this Tuesday morning. And with that, we'll see you back at the midnight hour here on a Tuesday night into, what will that be? Hey, Mike. Join us for our Wednesday midweek hump day program. Hope you'll be here with us for the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but